Alright. Hello. Hope you guys are ready for some crazy strats. This is gonna be what we like to call the Mega Leadership Bomb. So that's Blood Rack Shrine. -4 leadership. A Charybdis. -8 leadership. Lokir. -6 leadership. Burning Head. -8 leadership. And last but not least, Doom and Darkness. -16. Will it be good? In the slightest? We'll have to see. What's up? Darstrix Decay, Kevin. So, what's the total? 16, 21, no, 22, 30, 38. That's 40. It's -42 leadership. It's 42 leadership. So technically, I can look at a unit of Nobblars in the route. But then again, that's Nobblars. So it's not going to be exclusively Dark Elf meme builds. We're going to be trying out all your crazy suggestions. It's a best of 3 single elim tournament. So that means that it's just going to be a big ol' fight. Now, I gotta win. We might just get knocked out super early. We'll have to see. But the best of 3 format is here. Darstrix, holy crap. Thank you very much for the Swiss francs. Oh boy. Let's do it. Make everyone Skaven slaves build. We'll see if it actually works. It should be able to bust through a front line pretty well. And I have a bunch of extra money left over. So maybe. So we're going to go ahead and generate the bracket. And then we can get started. Oh boy, so it's a 4-rounder. Add goblins. Round 1. Oh, Nelly. So, here we go. Up against Ulrich Rawl to start. Oh boy. Yo, we're up. Alright, so first things first, we gotta do our pick and bans. The way the format works is you blind pick one faction at a time. The only way you'll get mirrors out of this is if both players pick the same faction as their first faction. Can any of the heroes get discouraged? I already have both of these sorceresses, so I don't think there's anything better than that. Does this hag have anything? I don't think so. But yeah, it's very much a battering ram style. Sorry, admin. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the first time I'm doing a tournament like this, so there's a few janky parts. I might need to add more maps in the future. Map bans. Yeah, there's a few things that I copy pasted, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but we should be good. And so the tournament begins. Hopefully I don't get blinded by money, but he's getting corrupted every day. Yo, come on though, this has to be at least a decent strategy, right? The mega leadership bomb. I just need something that can make use of it. So I think like this type of army, you take these characters on foot, which makes them super cheap. You have the Charybdis, you have the Medusa Blood Rack Shrine. This should be pretty good against a lot of ranged heavy builds, because you can take like 4 witch elves to back this up, and then you just kind of barrel through the middle. Hey Bajorkle, what's up? Anyways, I just need Ogre to message me and get in the lobby. Surprising to you that Dark Elves are the most popular faction this Tavern cycle? They were slightly popular previously, and then they got buffed, I believe. Well, actually, no, they got nerfed, didn't they? Dark Elves, Scourge Runner, reload time increased slightly. Executioners got buffed. Golden Chariots got minorly buffed. Cold One Knights got nerfed. Oh no, they got nerfed. I guess the War Hydra got cheaper by 50. Oh, the Charybdis got 5 melee attack though. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, okay, no, they did get nerfed. Huh. I don't know, I guess it's mostly Danican though, right? Danican championing the Dark Elf meta? I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess Doombolt. Doombolt definitely got them a lot of attention for that brief window of greatness. Good morning, bearer of the One Ring. How goes the bearing? Let's see. Is he gonna message me? Is he gonna message me? My opponent? What happened to Doombolt? It got buffed like 33%, man. It got mega buffed. Doombolt's great. Still waiting on Ogre. Come on, buddy. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Any moment now, and he'll get back to me. He literally just messaged me before the tournament started. Canadian playing the Canadian Civ. Yo, let's see. So I'm thinking like something like this is a good starter. Let's keep workshopping this build while we wait. We need just that big old pile driver deep dive type of strat. Sisters of Singing Doom. They have lots of damage. 2 blood crushers with chevrons. Alright. You guys are crazy. Blood crushers.
2 units of blood crushers, 5 plus chevrons.
I'll see if I can get it done today. You guys are crazy though. Holy crap. Alright, Ulrich Wall's responded. He's ready for the draft. Let's go. Alright, so I gotta look at what I have to try and do here. So, seems like there's some corn action we can try out. Best of luck, thank you. There's a little bit of corn. There's a little bit of Tomb Kings. Alright. So I got my first faction. His first faction is going to be ogres, and I'm dark elves. So that's honestly a pretty good start for us. Ogres have a lot of weaknesses. Let's see here. Like this one. So you basically want to counterpick their first faction. God, the Lord throw. The Lord throw at the beginning to win. Orc Spider Max could be fun today. Increase in Nurgle Slaanesh win rate. Alright, so that's Norska. Really? Ogres and Norska? I picked Vampire counts. Oh, dude, we're set. I'm gonna have so many good matchups. Last faction, though, against Ogres and Norska.
Could I Fireborn Max in honor of the campaign?
Oh god, what do I want? What do I want? Alright, you know what? Let's do Slaanesh. Could I Fireborn Max? Alright. I'm down, I'm down. What's it? Darstrix. You wanted to see the Chaos. You wanted to see the Chaos Dwarf campaign, right? Was it? Let's see here. Could I Fireborn Max. There we go. Yee. Yeah, Darstrix actually wanted to sponsor a Chaos Dwarf campaign. I might do that this weekend. Friday, I plan to do a multiplayer stream. But I need to do another list. Copy, paste, duplicates. Campaign request. Chowie only war with mod. I'll show that off later. Alright, so Slaanesh, Vampire counts, Dark Elves.
Smiley face emoji.
Ogres, Norska, Slaanesh. Oh, he also picked Slaanesh. What a mad lad. What a mad lad. Alright. Eagle Max High Elves. You guys are insane. To the list. Eagle Max. You guys are crazy. Alright, more options is good though. I can pick a choose. So he bans Vampire accounts in Norska. Makes sense, right? So I'd like to try the Dark Elf strat today. Slaanesh versus Norska. Slaanesh and Ogres is all fine for me. We might have a Slaanesh mirror. That'd be pretty jokes. I only get to ban so many of these matchups. So Ogres versus Slaanesh counts in Dark Elves is all okay for me. Norska versus Slaanesh and Dark Elves is fine for me. Slaanesh, though. I don't want to play Slaanesh versus Dark Elves. I also don't want to play Slaanesh versus Vampire counts. The scary thing about this format is, out of the 3x3 matrix, you only get 3 bans. So both players will probably have one imbalanced matchup. It's pretty spooky. You do map bans for each matchup. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, I did not think through the map bans very well for this tournament, but people will get it at some point. So what's Ulrich Val gonna ban? Eagles seem like great single entity snipers. Yeah, you would think so, but like, I don't know, there's something janky about them. I think their attack animations really screw them over. Oh, I should add High Elves to that. There you go. Eagle Max High Elves. There we go. Clearly, I also got to bring Eagle Summons, right, to truly get that working. I'm hoping I can get this dark elf game out of the way, maybe. The great thing about best of threes is each opponent is 3 games, so potentially, I guess potentially we'd be playing what, 4 games, 4 best of threes of domination. This is gonna be a long tournament. This is gonna be a hella long tournament, isn't it? Though, it should get faster as you go further in. So it's a minimum of 8 games, but there will be downtime between games. I don't know, we'll see. I didn't expect so many signups. I thought we'd have way less. Did you win with Sigvald plus Aspiring Champion Max plus Severed Claw? Wait, did you ask for that yesterday? Did I not count that in? I feel like I don't remember that request. I don't remember playing that. You currently learning Nurgle? Ah, hell yeah. Man, what's with people and wanting to learn Nurgle? It's crazy. You did? Yo, did I totally miss that? I totally missed that the other day? Let me check my thingy. Streamlabs. Yes, dashboard. They're the only other green skin faction. You ban 2 matchups now. I added mine. All right, let me check my Streamlabs to see your thingamajig, your request. Let's see. I see win with the Demon Prince. Let's see here. Strix. Let's see. That was 3 days ago. I don't see it. I'm looking through the previous donations. I see win with the Demon Prince. Oh, there it is. Sigvald, Max, Aspiring Champions, and Severed Claw. Okay. I'll add it. Siggy, Max, Asp, Champs, plus Severed. There you go. I found it. I found it. I won't be known as a rip-off city. What goodies? Thank goodness this is data backlog. So he bans Ogre Kingdom's vampire counts. Hell yeah. And then he bans Ogre Kingdoms and Slaanesh. All right. That's terrific. What's up? All right. Okay, so we have our 3 matchups. Okay, you choose first of Norska versus Slaanesh. Slaanesh versus Slaanesh. Oh wait. Oh, I have one more ban. Norska. My Slaanesh into his Norska should be fine. My Dark Elves versus Ogre should be fine. Dark Elves versus Norska should be fine. I can get rid of Dark Elves versus Ogres. And then it's Norska versus Slaanesh, Norska versus Dark Elves. Or I'd rather play against his Ogres. How bad are Ogres? No, Ogres are chill. Ogres are super chill. Maybe I just ban the Slaanesh mirror. You know what? Let's just ban the Slaanesh mirror. Get that Dark Elf action in today. So, Dark Elves versus Ogres. Dark Elves or Ogres versus Dark Elves. Norska versus Slaanesh. Norska versus Dark Elves. Alright, let's get this best of 3 started. Then we do map bans. It happened to you as well, but you were cured after a handful of games with Nurgle. Dang. It's very rare that you see people stick with Nurgle. It's quite treacherous. Nurgle loves you all, though. Map is alter. No, we do map bans. Yes, we do map bans. Yes, I think that's what we do. Okay, he wants to do ogres versus dark elves. Okay, you get first map ban. What do you think is the lowest entity count you've won with? I know that Dwarven Gyrocopter Thunderbarge build did pretty well against the Bretonians. That was pretty low entity count. I think I was sub 300 units before we won. Like, I didn't even really need to summon much. So it's ogres versus dark elves. Should be fun. I did really want to try this mass leadership bomb build. And then if it doesn't work, then I try hard against his Norska with Slaanesh and dark elves. That's the worst that could happen. Very high stakes. Very high stakes we got going on here. So the idea was you take Foot Lokir, which is kind of bonkers to me, but he'll be very hard to kill. Ooh, that'll be fun. Very nice. He bans Altar of the Champion. Let's play Bordelot. Alright. Bordelot landing. Here we go. No Hydra, actually. Charybdis. It's a Charybdis. Charybdis is way better than a Hydra. Oh boy, he's already ready. What a guy. So, Ogre Kingdoms, they can be very scary. If he does go for a single entity heavy build, that would actually be quite good for me. I can just murder up his Stonehorns and Thunder Tusks, because they don't have a lot of leadership. We know Blackguard kind of gets shot up here. I genuinely mostly want anti-infantry against ogres, because you kill their bulls and stuff with cavalry. More or less.
Double Thunder Tusk versus Zarex/Daniken.
Alright. Adding it to the list. Double Thunder Tusk versus X or Daniken. Well, actually, I don't know if I can do that. I might just stick with Double Thunder Tusk. Although, Double Thunder Tusk is... The thing is, it's usually banned in Turin's tournaments. I might go for like a double Big Boy, but not like Double Thunder Tusk. I might just add it in just so that, you know, because if I do win, people are going to complain about the unit. Quad Blackguard, you guys are crazy.
4 units of Blackguard.
You guys are crazy. Alright, just give me a second. Alright, here we go. I'll add that to the list. I'm not running it for this battle though. They would just get shot. If I win though, it gives me more opportunities to meme. Alright. God, this list is getting absurd. It's trailing off at this point. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Will the leadership bomb work? Let's not end the stream early, guys. Don't worry. The whole point about the donation request list is that I'm supposed to have a lot of options. I'm supposed to have a lot of options, which helps me pick and choose which memes we can bring for each specific situation. I just wish that it would stop running out of space. But alright. Leadership bomb. So here's the rough idea, right? I got my Burning Head caster. I got my Doom and Darkness caster. Noblars will not be able to stand their ground against this. It is simply way too much for them. Pretty good luck, have fun. The problem is that we're very single entity heavy and I'm not very mobile. To counter that, I have a million Dark Riders. They're gonna be my core summons, some Witch Elves, some Harpies. If he goes for a shooting build, I should be able to just rush him down. Sisters of Singing Doom are not that important because I already have Terror in the form of the Charybdis and the Bloodrack Shrine. So I don't really need more Terror. Though, maybe as a flank unit it would have been nice. I don't think it's super important though. Here we go. Let's do it. And I'm getting a call. And it's spam. Why do people call during my streams all the time? Alright. So I'm really hoping that he has a large amount of Noblars and some range units. We're already seeing our first Lead Belcher. That's a good sign. I need to draw him in a little bit because I am mostly a melee rush build here. Mournfang Cavalry. Okay, that'll be interesting. I don't know how Mournfang Cavalry do here. And healer. So my elite cavalry will actually be able to fare pretty well then. So we're looking at 2 units of Lead Belchers. I can't really... Yeah, I gotta back up. It's a little sketch, right? And I think we'll just do a little bit of a build-up. There's not much I can do against the Lead Belchers right now. I gotta make sure that we don't die to the Mournfang Cavalry, but with cavalry as elite as this, I should be okay. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a build-up. Ogres are also really good at building up, though, so... You have to be a little bit careful. He's pushing up more aggressively than I feel like he should, though. Will he continue to fall for the bait? If I don't summon, I might look weak, too. And that'll encourage him to keep stacking. We could also just continuously build up. I don't know how that actually works for us. Because I do have 2 Scourge Runner Chariots. And they're not super strong at actually killing here. But certainly, this can't be the end of the world. Yeah, he has the Powder Guts. So I think he has too much ranged. So if we were to summon in all of our units, I think I would be at an advantage. So I'm just going to full build up him. And then work my way from there. Hopefully he decides to push forwards and we can take a nasty fight. Another great thing is that I benefit from having more Winds of Magic. He doesn't. Because he just has Troll Guts. It's going to be on cooldown for most of the time. So overall, advantages are looking pretty nice. But if he has too much Mournfang Cavalry, I probably can't kill them with just Dark Riders. Yeah, 90 armor. 90 armor is kind of busted. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling. I don't have a lot of infantry, though. That part's a little sus. Looks like he's really starting to push up, though. I'd be a little bit more worried if I was him. Yeah, no, I'm going for it, man. Dude, he's so far ahead right now. He's very far ahead. So I got my Witch Elf Swarm. We got our Dark Riders. We can just bring them on in. We got a Harpies over here. And we're just gonna pile driver. If he stands his ground to shoot at me, he won't be able to run away with his Lead Belchers, right? He actually doesn't have much of a front line. Most of these guys are pretty expensive. Gets a pretty devastating volley on my first line of Witch Elves, though. But there are more to come. As I continue to spam out the cavalry, the Medusa Bloodrack Shrine actually gets a pretty solid hit. This hail providing my witch elves with a little bit more cover too, which now forces them to retreat. You can bring in a couple harpies here to beat them up, charge them saber tusks. All right, and here comes the big fight. So witch elves just need to go ham. They're just gonna clobber them ogre bulls. Should be able to catch his Mournfang cavalry. Let's go. And then of course the Lokir squad is just gonna pop off. Witch elves are in the cookie jar. They're just deep diving them. Very nice. And then we're going to... I think we can actually route this little pocket. Although, I don't know. Oh, dang. No, they're getting real low. Doom and Darkness time. Get the Doom and Darkness going. Looks like Witch Elves are doing okay. Nothing too crazy. Value trading wise is very behind for us, but we're about to catch most of his ranged, so it can't be that bad. Doom and Darkness doing okay. We actually got 2 routes off of that. Not the worst. Not the worst. Then we have these ladies over here popping off. We've caught out his lead belchers. Lokir's doing okay. Right side is kind of collapsed though. I don't like that very much. And even though they did route, was it enough? I guess we'll have to see. His Mournfang cavalry are getting annihilated. My goodness. They're getting brutalized. But I don't have a lot of infantry, which is gonna be a bad thing for me, I think. Now, I do capture this line over here. And this right side is certainly looking really nice for us. I might even be able to triple cap him. All things going well. And there's the passive trigger. Now, will the passive trigger actually do anything for me? I guess that's the real question. Because I'm kind of skeptical. I have a lot of units routing. Value trading wise, it is getting better for us. I don't know if I'll be able to chase off the Mournfang cavalry, but it looks like the Witch Elves are holding up decently well. This right side is definitely going to collapse. So, I don't know. It's really a hard maybe on how things pan out. Of course, I have more cavalry over here. His Mournfang cavalry are beastly, though. Oh, my goodness. They are absolutely beastly. Okay, there we go. We got a solid route. Witch Elves can escort them off the battlefield. Trading-wise is still not the bestest, right? It's certainly not the greatest thing we've ever seen in our lives, but ticket-wise, we have a lot of capture points. Is that the Sky Striders? No. It's Yetis. He brought in the Yetis. All right. That should be at least manageable. Pigback Riders will go down. I just need to consolidate my forces. My army's really slow compared to usual Dark Elf playstyles. Like, look at this. He's just avoiding the Charybdis. He's just playing keep away from it. Which is both devastating and very sad. Hopefully we can rout off his Mournfang cavalry. I do have that mini leadership bomb. Dude, he's just ignoring them, bro. Bro, what is this? What is this masterful play of just not fighting the death blob? All right, let's see this. Mournfang cavalry are in. Witch Elves will be doing a lot of damage. He did heal them, which is a little sus. Looks like, okay, they will be able to fight the Yetis. So they did get a pretty solid catch. Ah, crap. Botched the burning head every single time. Oh, no, she got knocked down. Thank goodness. She got knocked down. Let's go. All right, that means we can do this. If she can actually cast the burning head for once. Come on. She keeps getting knocked down by ogres. Embarrassing. Can you stop getting knocked down by ogres, lady? You have a spell to cast. There we go. After many millennia, we have successfully gotten the leadership bomb. It took me 50 years, but she got there. And that's going to rout off his super expensive Mournfang. Thank goodness. I needed that real bad. I really needed that one. That was embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing how long that took. But with this Mournfang off the battlefield now, he's going to be in a little bit more of a sus situation. You can see how quickly the value trading goes back in our favor here. Lokir is doing okay. And okay, that was actually not the worst. Late game Dark Elves is quite the force to be reckoned with. Dang, look at that. That was pretty sick. He did kill all my big things though with the powder guts. I'm gonna need to resecure the middle. It's still a very close game for sure. But at the very least, I can rout off his Ogre Bulls and kill off those pigback riders. There you go. Pretty good hit over there. His Mournfang cavalry's off the battlefield. They just don't have the leadership to really hold. He's gonna capture this point, but he's gonna have to deal with this. So powder guts and some lead belchers. Gonna have to work hard to actually kill these guys here. I don't have that many forces. At the very least, you can't really kill Lokir, which is pretty jokes. But I don't have that much in the way of units. I'm not army wiped by any means, but like we're gonna have to recapture some points if we actually want to hold here, right? Double Sorceress is doing the best. They're doing the bestest. Okay, yeah, he's just ignoring Lokir. What? The BM. He does have a unit of Mournfang cavalry here too. Full HP, ready to wreck my face unless we get a sick leadership bomb on him. Pretty terrifying. He's stuck summoning in more range units though, which might be my ticket out here. More range units is, in theory, a very bad call against my Dark Rider maxing. So we'll see how that actually goes. He's actually going to lose his Lord too, especially if I leadership bomb him. Get leadership bombed. There we go. So he's down. And that's potentially a really big play. Time is of the essence though, right? I gotta actually escort him off the battlefield. Hopefully we're able to kill him. Sorceresses can jump him. Oh, this is great. Saber Tusk pack, I can just route. That's pretty easy. His Mournfang kind of sucked too in a big grind like this. Come on, if I can get Lokir there, that would be huge. And without any source of healing from his Lord, it could potentially go our way. Nope, it's gonna be a big rout because of the man-eaters. God dang man-eaters. Terrifying, guys. And yeah, I think even though we do have the Lord route, I can't really escort him off the battlefield very easily, can I? He has a double cap, and I think he barely got me here. Just a few too many units. Dang. Wasn't able to get it to work. Honestly, leadership bomb was fun. It's a little slow though, right? I'll have to try it out again against like vampire counts or something. It was a good try though. It was a good try. His Lord does rally. He doesn't really have targets though. Is there any way we recapture this with the Amble Peak dudes over there? I think I don't have much left. Although technically I have capture weight. I'll still play it out just in case he like forgets these guys or something. You never know. Miracles abound. I really needed the Lord kill. So here's the problem, right? I was able to route his units, but I didn't have the tools to chase them off the battlefield. I think that was the big issue. Although technically I had a lot of Dark Riders. Dang. Dark Riders do anything like at all? They're very good against his lighter cavalry. I wish I had some Cold One Knights to kill the Mournfangs. Dark Riders were not bad though. Genuinely not bad. And I do actually manage to capture the point. So maybe we can get onto that backside. I don't have a lot of time though. And it's very likely that he recaptures the center. But here come the Witch Elves. Here come the Witch Elves. Lokir is on the hunt. Lokir is on the hunt. Witch Elves get a pretty nice charge. Maybe even some friendly fire action will go down. Another unit of Mournfang cavalry, though. That's brutal. The Witch Elves, doesn't look like they're doing that great. I can route his Lord again, maybe. I don't know if he'll actually route from this, though. Probably not. Come on, Dark Riders. Get in there. Get in there, fellas. Okay, well, I routed off the Saber Tusk pack. I'll take that. Dang, yeah, he's sick in the middle, though. GG. GG, well played. All right, game 2. Let's play Norska versus Slaanesh. All right. You can ban map first. Or we can alternate. Yeah, so Blood Rakshan was okay. Charybdis was okay. Cold One Dread Knights really didn't do much. A lot of my Dark Riders, though, you'd be surprised how much value they get. They are not bad, but my front line just wasn't really wide enough to really full rush them. So I ended up just getting, I just got kited by his Man-Eater pistols. We kind of just got kited by the Man-Eater pistols. Hey, Kabe, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Combo could be good against Greenskins or Skaven. The thing is, you still run into the issue of getting kited. This army is way more kiteable than other rush builds. Just because you don't have a lot of units, right? If you have like 6 units chasing, you know, 6 units chasing 5 range units with a bunch of infantry blocking you, you end up just getting pulled apart or shot to death. It's not the worst strategy, though. I could actually see this killing vampire counts. But, yeah. We'll have to see, we'll have to see. I'll ban... Okay, so I'm playing Norska. He's playing Norska versus my Slaanesh. I'll ban, Bordello. Alright, so what are we doing? Slaanesh. Slaanesh versus Norska. Oh boy. I don't think I have a lot of Slaanesh suggestions, right? I have to like actually open this up. The list is longer than it shows. Yeah, I don't really have anything for Slaanesh. We'll just play a straight up game. Hopefully I don't get knocked out round 1 though, but Oliver's a pretty spooky player. Now, Norska is kind of spooky, right? They got the Skin Wolves, and they trade fairly well into Hellstriders. I do have access to Seekers of Slaanesh though, so that part's pretty comfortable. I don't think he'll be able to kite me or anything. And of course we have lots of Strider. All of that's amazing. Wulfric the Wanderer. Yeah, Wulfric, I don't think any of the Norska lords will really do too well here, right? They really shouldn't be able to. I have the Sigvald thing, but it involves aspiring champions, which Slaanesh can't take, sadly. Unfortunately not. No Cold One Knights versus Ogres is crazy. Yeah, I should have had some in reserve. I was a little worried that he'd bring Buna, but he brought the heal instead. Cold One Knights would have been very good versus... Well, I don't know how his Mournfang actually trade there, but... Anyways. Norska's pretty chill. Norska's pretty chill. It's mostly a battle of can you kill a million skin wolves. I think that's more or less the game here. He can Buna my seekers, by the way, so I have to be at least a little wary of that. Thankfully, there's not much Lord Snipe. It's just gonna be a big old melee grind. So what infantry do I want for that? I think mostly these. One of those. Honestly, Slaanesh builds are very straightforward. There's nothing too crazy about him. One of these, just in case he has a bunch of single entities. And I think we more or less already have a build. Wow. Very straightforward building. Oh wait, he bans altar. So that means that the map is going to be Skollendir's Cave. Alright, here we go. Yeah, Witch Elves are very good infantry blenders. He didn't bring that many Noblars that game. Only a few pigbacks. Okay, yeah. Okay, it wants to play Altar of the Champion. Alright. So if I lose Slaanesh versus Norska, then I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Last matchup is gonna be Dark Elves versus Norska. Imagine if I just go 2-0, that would be so sad. That would be incredibly sad. Fingers crossed. I think Charybdis could be really... I think the leadership bomb build, I think I might save it for melee factions. So like I think Ogres is way too kitey, but like Khorne, Vampire Counts, Beastmen, I could totally see it working out well, because that Ogre Kingdoms game was kind of close. And any fight that they got into, they were winning. I just need to make sure I bring it in the right place. Slaanesh has a 25% win rate versus Norska. What have they been cooking? What have they been doing? Crazy armored skinwolf shenanigans? Is it just skinwolf maxing and then your cav can't beat them? I would imagine skinwolves plus Buna is a little scary. What else could it be? How can Slaanesh have such a low win rate versus Norska? Do they bring a giant? Do they get Lord sniping? I don't know. I think mostly this will come down to playstyle though. But we'll see. Are the cultists good in this matchup? Cultists are okay. They're okay. The cultists are basically a unit of demonettes. They cost the same. Right? It's just like, do you want demonettes to be summoned in, or do you want them permanently on the battlefield? Summoned in has the benefit of not getting shot to death. Permanent, obviously, is good because it's permanent. Fimir. Could see some Fimir action. I don't think Fimir do well. I think they're too slow. None of the top players have been playing Slaanesh much. I think Danican did a little bit of Slaanesh, but he didn't really keep playing them. I don't know why. Slaanesh is pretty great, but They don't really kite super well. Interesting to see Ulrich still cooking. Maybe it's with the chariot shenanigans. If you stack Ice Wolf chariots, they don't get hit by cavalry very much. And that can make them really annoying to kill. They can actually outtrade greenskin cavalry if they're blobbed up. But the tournament limits them to two Ice Wolf chariots anyways. Leadership bomb stream. Not the whole stream, but I'm going to be trying to make it work in as many of these best of threes as I can. And he's ready. Alright, here we go. Good luck, have fun. So, very standard Slaanesh build. Lots of Hellstriders at the beginning. I bought a Pavane Lord, Lord of the Pavane, to catch out skirmishers if he has any. And then a Whackload of Forsaken and a Marauder Spearman. Just, yeah, very, very standard fare. So he'll need to have something weird. I think the only way this goes super one-sided is like if he just has something that I really have never prepared against before. Always a possibility in these matchups that you don't play a lot. So here's the idea. Quick capture on this point. These guys go here. Quick capture. Move over here. Get it. Lord has Pavane. He has Seductive Glory. Lots of rampages. Do any units have shenanigans to benefit from lowered leadership? Slaanesh doesn't really have that too much. Outside of Phantasmagoria, which is not the bestest of spells. But I'm trying to stay in the tournament right now, guys. If I get knocked out, we don't get to do any requests. So first and foremost, we gotta win this one. Is this a tourney? It is. We are in a best of 3 against Ulrich Rahl. Let's see how it goes. Nothing crazy. It's a main tide with javelins. That's very normal. All right. So, he has some Marauder Horsemen. He has a Buna Spirit Leech caster, right? I do have the Pavane. So I should just be able to do that. There's no way he can just fight this. That would be a terrible idea. Then of course Pavane is just devastating, right? That's a expensive loss right off the bat if he can't defend them. Which it appears he cannot. Very nice. So that's just a free pick at the very beginning. Interesting that he has a leadership debuff though. Would not have expected that. And he's opted for no Buna. He's actually Buna-less, which I kind of question. I feel like he would really want Buna here, but so be it. If he's not gonna have Buna and not a lot of damage, I can just summon in these ladies. Already losing 2 skirmishers too. That's a devastating loss as we managed to rampage them too. It took a lot of damage there. Summons in some Beasts of Tashnar, not a big deal. Most of his forces are here, so if I concentrate my fightiness over here, I should be able to just win this outright. I don't think my Lord's gonna die. His Ice Wolves are gone. We can rear charge the Beasts of Tashnar with my Lord here. If we just escort these guys off, I should be okay. Though he does get the Spirit Leech. And a pretty good volley over there. I gotta be a little careful with my Lord, jeez. It's a massive volley, holy crap. Alright, so leadership's looking a little low for my Lord. I don't like that. Thankfully, I do have a Whackload of Forsaken here. My Lord should be able to survive. And we did chase off many of his units, but I'm probably gonna get Spirit Leech to death. Now, that's not the end of the world. His caster is beelining my Lord. That's pretty crazy. Is he just going to keep chasing? If he does, I think it's a really bad time for him. Here we go. Hellstriders are in. These ladies should be able to shred and tear. Lord's gonna run for their lives. So he has some basic skin wolves. I'm just going to charge and retreat. And then use my infantry to support me here because I don't really want to eat a purple sun. Alright, so there we go. Pretty good rear charge. Spears here should be able to win this fight. If I can rout his marauders before my spears get routed off, that'd be perfect. Looks like the Forsaken are in. And if I can get a solid enough charge on these skin wolves, I'm happy. This purple sun was not too effective, and of course my lord will be able to continue participating in this fight. Marauders are very nearly down, so overall I'd say it should be a good position. Apparently we're really far behind on value trading, but I don't believe it. I do not believe such things. This feels like it should be very good for us with all his javelins dying. I know a lot of his units got chased off the battlefield, so maybe it's that. It's like, look at these skin wolves. It's just getting hounded around, right? His infantry's completely surrounded. I can rampage the skin wolves too. Get them tired, make sure they don't come back. Lord can participate in this fight. Can I silence him before he gets a spirit leech off? I think I should be able to. There we go. Don't want him spirit leeching my lord or anything. Let's speed boost them. Forsaken. Huge routes all around. Good to see, good to see. And my lord can now heal off the presence of these routing units. Glorious, glorious, wonderful, and amazing. Things are looking up for me. He's gonna get charged. Good skin wolf micro right as they rally. Dude, those exalted demonettes though are not gonna die. They're terrifying. He wants to go for the Lord's Knight. We're gonna rampage him again. This rampage is instant too. And that means if I bring in my Lord onto his character now he's real screwed, right? Because this guy, he's going to be rampage into oblivion. He's not going to get a singular spirit leech on me. That's for sure. And he's already routed. Get jebaited, son. Now that's how you that's how you don't get Lord's Knight. Absolutely jebaited with the caster. His bloodlust was his undoing. And now he has a bunch of Norscan ice trolls, which probably can't do much. He's on his way to getting tabled now. This is a very good position for us. Caster's gone, hell to the yeah. And we are in his backfield, having the time of our lives. Get your minus 16 ready. Not today, boys. Prepare to be rampaged again. This time Wolfic style. So I'm going to hit him up with the Pavane of Slaanesh. Then we're going to speed boost our Lord right onto Wolfic. So there's that rampage. That should annihilation nation. Lord is in. Seekers can rear charge the trolls. And then right as that runs out, what is that? Another rampage? Dude, I love playing Slaanesh so much. Nothing beats the power trip of running over your enemies at 100 speed. Very nice. Fast game, that one. Alright, GG. Didn't even save the match. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, that was just devastation. Slaanesh is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. The Bringers of Beguilement were crazy. Anyways, yeah, that was just a rampage fest. That's with the nerfed Pavane too. Really shows how strong Slaanesh was before. All right. So the last match is going to be Dark Elves versus Norska. Here we go. The fun thing about this format is you can actually play the same faction more than once. That's pretty fun. Yeah, that's some good sweaty try-harding. Dark Elves versus Norska, though. Let me take a look at the suggestions. Let's see here. Yeah, we're either doing Blackguard or the Leadership Bomb or neither. I might need to try hard this one just to stay in the tournament. Let's see here. How do we want to do this? Yeah, 2 javelins got the lord to 20%. That was very spooky. Definitely a misplay on my end. But playing ultra safe with my lord afterwards was a good idea. Let's play... landing. Okay, so Norska versus Dark Elves. How do we want to do this? So I actually can't take 4 Blackguard. It's a max of 3. But are Blackguard good into Norska? I don't want to lose. I don't want to just lose. That would be very embarrassing. Maybe I'll leave them in reserve and call them in if I need to. So I think I do want... Ooh, you know what'd be really funny? Oh my gosh. Yo, this is hype. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. This is a very good one. Spellcaster-wise. Against Norska, you want Burning Head to kill off Berserkers. Berserkers otherwise will just cause you so many issues. And it'll be very sad. Alternatively, I could also take some of this. You know what? I like having options. Kind of expensive, but it could be very funny. You know what? Sure, let's do that. Ooh, I can even take this. Oh my gosh. Well, yo, Dark Elves kind of hype. Dark Elves are certainly kind of hype. I kind of like where this is going. Then we take one of those. Oh my gosh. All right. There's no way he wins this. No way. No way he wins this. Definitely want Cold One Knights. I learned that Doomfire Warlocks are kind of a meme. After watching Danican struggle. Or, Danican didn't really struggle with them, but he definitely stopped using them. Showing that he was not super confident about the unit. Medusa Kite. Medusa Kite's pretty spooky. I think the build that I want to run is this, though. A very interesting build. But if you struggled last time, you should struggle this time, too. Who will win? I have a caster. Best of 3. Here we go. Someone must put tryharding on the list. People have. It just gets removed very quickly. Doomfires are just too squishy. Yeah, they're very squishy. Alrighty. So this list, I think I actually do have to... I do actually have to start another one. Alright, so this one is the main one. We'll, yeah, there you go. So it's Sky Lantern Max. And then this one from Sky Lantern Max. Holy crap, this is a big list. Alright. There we go. We can merge them together like so. Good stuff. So, you might be wondering where the Blackguard are. I'm going for the safety play, where I summon them in the late game. The idea is, after, not after I win, but after I have a bit of a lead, I can use these guys to hunker down on the points and hopefully get fighting. If they don't actually see battle, I'm not going to count it. If they don't actually see battle, I'm not going to count them as being used here. But if the Blackguard play a pivotal role in this battle, I think that's what people want to see. But otherwise, it's a pretty standard snippety snipe. He has some Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. He has a Skin Wolf Werekin. He has Wolfric. I got some Hella Lord Snipe. Now, he has Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, which is not particularly scary. We're gonna need to get these guys in, first and foremost. Pretty good initial volley from these flyers. Norska has a hard time dealing with flyers. It's just one of the banes of being a Norscan player. I could snipe his caster. Is it worth it though, right? It's a lot of money. I don't know if I really want to. I'd rather like snipe his lord or something. Whoop. I'm kind of just dancing around a little bit. Nothing too crazy. More Dark Riders are good. And he summons in a couple Skin Wolves. Overall, nothing too crazy, right? We're just playing a normal kite game. He brings in the chariots. I do have kite options versus them. I can also bully Wolfric the Wanderer too. That'll be pretty fun. Whoop, get that dodge going. Alright. Let's get that fireball on Wolfric. See how much damage it does. Not a lot. Spirit Leech caster probably could have done more. It happens. Get my first capture point though. And more cavalry abound. So obviously my ranged units here will be great. I do want to pull back from this though. It's a dangerous position to be in. My Dark Volley did great versus those chariots, however. I will be continuing to farm value with that. And we just want his infantry to not get in here and cause me issues. First and foremost, we gotta make sure the infantry don't just rush me down. That's why I don't have too many range units. Just the one really is all I need. He's pulling real far back here. And I'm just gonna give up a little bit of space. I'm okay with giving up just a wee bit. I might even summon the Blackguard soon. Let's get this breath attack, since he has a few of his Marauder Horsemen grouped up there. A charge on them, a swift charge. Should brutalize them pretty hard. There we go. We'll pull back. Get a burning head. Very nice. Witch Elves are rampaging. This is a decent start. This is a decent start. He gets a pretty nice Searing Doom though. Lots and lots of damage with that one. Brutalizes my poor cavalry, but the Witch Elves continue to fight. They are Witch Elves after all. Where's Wolfric though? I gotta snipe Wolfric, right? I think he's first and foremost our main target here. If I can just eventually wear him away, I think it's worth it in the end. We'll have to be super careful with those chariots, but it should be a pretty good charge. I'm not gonna commit to that though, because he does have his cavalry over there ready to fight. Skin Wolves are in, but the Witch Elves are kind of crushing it. Wolfric's getting pretty low too. He's not too happy about this engagement. I will be able to get a pretty solid breath attack on him too, because he's not moving. Oh my gosh. Huge breath attack on little Wolfric. Very nice. His caster's even kind of dying. He's taking a lot of damage. Now that doesn't mean it's over just yet. He's still kind of bullying me. Will he rout though? If he routs here, it's over. Looks like he's barely gonna stick with it. A lot of the Marauder Horsemen though are in a tough position. And I can bully these here chariots. Now, a lot of Marauders here. We're gonna rear charge them. We're gonna get our cavalry. I've summoned no Blackguard. That's okay, I guess. Wolfric, can we get the snipe on him? I should be able to kill off these chariots. That's not a big deal. Come on. Looks like he's going to be sticking around, sadly. Though, the skirmishing is getting there. I just have to be a little careful with these Witch Elves. He does summon a Manticore too. I do rout off the chariots, however. So, I don't think it's the worst position to be in. Value trading doesn't like me, though. So, gonna have to be a little careful. Wolfric at least is out of the action, right? He's been bullied enough where he's not really going to participate much. I'm a little worried about summoning in Blackguard still, though. I'm a huge fan of that. Because the Blackguard, you see the problem with them is they're not gonna do much. They're gonna get skirmished to death here. So I'm gonna have to summon in more cold ones. Oh crap, there he goes for my lord again. There he goes, trying to snipe my lord once again. Oh, the slow turn hurts him bad. He gets up in the skies though. He gets up into the skies. He's gonna live. Of course, we have our cavalry in here. Okay, gotta be real careful though. Okay, how are these guys doing? Okay, looks like he's committing to the melee, which should be good for me. I really don't like this position though. He has so many units left. Wulfric still lives. This could be real bad, guys. This could be real bad. We'll see though, we'll see. I have nothing to summon in really. Wulfric continues to survive. And of course he has his skin wolf here. Really running out of units. This will be a good burning head though. It actually wasn't. He had a very good pull away. That's not good. That's very not good. All right, I gotta kill off this skin wolf first and foremost. I gotta kill off the skin wolf first and foremost. That's a huge volley. No. Brutal damage. Brutal damage on my dudes. Oh no, not like this. I think Ulrich is gonna win it. I don't think today's the day, guys. Raven Heralds are gonna have to dive in here, I guess. But I'm rapidly running out of units now. Remember, he has healing too, right? Dang it. Yeah, the Blackguard, they really didn't have much of a play here. I guess I will be able to keep summoning in Cold One Knights. The Cold One Knights might be able to crush it here with the big rout on the Skin Wolves. That's definitely starting to get there. I'm not gonna call it game just yet. There's always a chance. Wulfric's kind of exposed too. I'm gonna bait out a charge on Wulfric, but not actually go for him, because that would be a death sentence. All right, Fireball Caster can bully him at least. We know that. She's gonna go and get him. I can probably shut down his magic too. All right, there we go. Fireball Caster is in. Very nice. Hopefully we get some terror outs here. I need my cavalry. And I just have to squeeze as much value out of my lord as possible. Wulfric's getting real low though. If he dies, that would definitely be grounds for a comeback. So don't call me out just yet. Anything's possible. That's a pretty good breath attack, I think. Hits the Manticore very hard. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get a fireball on his face. And then... Okay. All right, he's real low now. He's very, very low. His caster's straight up gone, too. He ain't got no caster. And my lord is still alive. And all I need is a half HP lord to win this. Or not even a half HP lord. I just need... just need a lord with any amount of HP. He's gonna send in the Manticore on him. It looks like we do win this fight fairly well. We're going to get another fireball on Wulfric. Get the Cav summon in. Remember, these witch elves, they cause terror. They do cause terror. They're brutalizing them. And Wulfric just died. Wulfric did just die. So with the rear charge, potentially, with the rear charge and a little bit of terror love, we could potentially actually do this. That's a mass rout on the Skin Wolves too. So I can just escort them off with the Witch Elves. Wulfric's down for the count, people. I would not call it quits just yet. Oh, dang. They came back though. Brutal. All right. Actually, I kind of need these guys just to rear charge, fools. I need them just to rear charge, fools. There we go. Witch Elves are gonna stick around. We do win on a single cap. That's all I need. He's probably gonna resummon Wulfric, but it's going to be expensive. There we go. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, he's totally saving up for Wulfric now. He knows that he needs Wulfric back to actually win this. So it's gonna be the single cap. Now, how long does it take a man to resummon Wulfric? That's the real question. The thing is, I can't really snipe him again. That's kind of non-option here. He's gonna desummon some cavalry, alright. Alright. I'm so tempted to summon the Blackguard, because they do so well in a melee grind. I'm gonna summon in the Blackguard. I'm gonna summon in the Blackguard and hopefully, just hopefully they do something. Alright, there we go. He's gonna try and capture the point. Yep, Wulfric's already back. I don't know if I can summon in the Blackguard. I don't think I can. There's no time. They're just gonna take way too long to actually get on the point. So we're gonna have to hunker down here instead with what we got. Now, magic is not something that I have a lot of. He does have pretty vicious capture weight too, mind you. And I don't want to get to a situation where I just have to capture 1 point. Or where I have to capture another point here. At least the archers are still alive. That's pretty huge. But he has boats. And you know he's gonna send a boat my way. You just know he's gonna chuck a boat at these super expensive witch elves with the terror. So, we'll see. A little bit of cav dancing going on here. He probably, he doesn't have his caster anymore, so there's no magic or anything. Capture weight's very close. My lord is at like negative HP. Alright, here we go. Witch elves are in. He uses the boat, but actually kind of misplaces it. Lord will live. Okay. And we do get a pretty solid route on the right flank. I'm gonna need this left flank to win though. And my lord gets routed. What a guy. What a dude. He actually brought the caster back. That's insane. Alright. Feeling like he needs the magic instead of the fightiness. It may go well for him though. It may go very well for him. Okay, interesting that he casts a Searing Doom there. He doesn't get the best Searing Doom hit. In fact, he actually friendly fires himself a little bit. But he does get the capture. That's pretty brutal. Gets his doggos charged, however. Lord is alive. He's shooting away. Shooting away at some doggos. Witch elves can rampage. I think he barely won, though. I think he barely won. Unless I'm able to recapture this point very soon, it's gonna get bad. And yeah, even the Blackguard in reserve are kind of hurting me. They never really had an opportunity to be summoned. I think if I did summon them early, though, they actually could have won it for me. But dang. Yeah, Lord's gone. It looks like the forces of Norska will be able to win. My Lord lives, though. But dang, getting knocked out round one. What a shame. What a shame. Oh my gosh, what a fight though. That was a proper scrap. I'd love to get another best of 3 tournament in sometime soon. Dang. Ah, oh, man, that's so brutal though. I don't think we're recapturing this anytime soon. Dang. Ah, there goes the Lord. GG, well played. Ah. Oh man, what a close match. What a close match. I think I took a little bit too much damage from his skirmishers. He wins. I'll have to save the request for another day. Whew. The Wulfric snipe was good though. The Wulfric snipe got a lot of work done. Forced him to resummon him, but yeah. Quick, just host another one. You know, maybe I could host an evening one. Host an evening tournament after this. Caster did okay. He got so much value with the Searing Dooms, though. In the end, I think Blackguard actually would have been insane here. Witch elves are pretty good. I do feel like if I just brought more infantry, I would have been fine. Instead of spamming cavalry, because he had a lot of cavalry counters, right? But like what, just one chariot versus a Blackguard? That was pretty good. Anyways, yeah, single elimination, we're out. Host spec slot for the next best of 3, please. All right. Actually, maybe I can just rejoin this one. Dang. I'm undeserving of any of these screen blockers. Yeah, we'll use this one. 3 matches today. Ah, dang it. Let's get you working to host tournaments for you. I'm still, he's still getting to the point where you can actually host tournaments. You have to be like admin and everything. Dang. Honestly though, I feel like one Blackguard might have actually crushed it. He didn't have a lot of counters to Blackguard. It would have had to have been just a bunch of Searing Dooms. Yeah, fun format though. Pretty fun format. I kind of like that you can play. You can technically play this format and only know 2 factions. I feel like I would love to steal the Monday slot. Let me check the tournaments. And then I can edit it so that it actually makes a little bit more sense. So I think the map pick and ban doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think I need to adjust that. Who's the guy working for me? I've been talking with someone named Trizik. He messaged me a little bit before. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Seems like a decently long-time-ish viewer. But yeah, Blackguard versus Skin Wolves. Oh my goodness. Plus the capture weight. In the end, I still got to practice my Dark Elves. I think I might host another one after this. I will say I am decently tempted. Because we can't just be losing round 1, right? Lobby code, please. Anyways, we will have to wait a little bit. Let's see here. I will also have to see when this tournament actually I have to see when the tournament actually finishes. Because it might be a really long tournament. Yeah, they got 7 capture weight redemption arc. Technically, there's only 3 more rounds to this tournament too. Do it, more content for us? Sure, why not? You late for work? How we doing? Already knocked out. I just don't really know how to play Dark Elves well enough. Alright, let me take a look-see. So, tournaments. Create a new entry. So, it'll be a long stream day today. Yeah, we faced up against Ulrich Wall to start off with. We beat his Norska with Slaanesh, but we lost our Dark Elves versus his Ogres. We lost against his other thing too. Against his Norska. Skaven vs. Dwarves was a fun game to watch. Ah, yeah, for sure, man. What are you supposed to do with your afternoon? Well, I'll be casting games. I am supposed to be a player and a caster, not just a player. Alright, so we can spectate his match. And we'll just follow the winners as they move on. He's up against Attack Speed Enjoyer. There's a lot of big names in this tournament. So we should actually get some really fun matches. Let's see here. Intensity Thursday. Single Elam. Yeah, I can win with Slaanesh. I really gotta practice my Dark Elves though. I think it's just a Dark Elf skill issue. I could blame the memes, but I should not. I should not. I gotta get rid of that habit. Never blame the memes. That's just copium. Getting scapegoats, throwing them onto the railroad tracks. They don't deserve that. All right, but map pick and bans. So how do you guys think we should do map pick and bans for the tournament? How should we do map pick and bans? So what ends up happening is the first 3 matchups get decided first, and then you gotta do maps. I think like preset maps is not the worst, but then you can kind of just pick a bad map for a specific faction. I don't really want that. But I don't want people to have to go through map pick and bans 24/7 either. You had a challenge for 4 units of blackguard, so you went with 3. You literally can't go 4 blackguard. You guys really gotta start checking unit limits before you donate. You go 6 bloated corpses. Can you take 5 bloated corpses? I think you can. Or is it 4? Random map. You could do preset maps, you could do random maps, but that also kind of puts them in a bad position. Because you can just pick like the most terrain heavy map against a ranged faction. So it could be like one person picks the matchup, the other person picks the maps, but that's also kind of janky. Consider it fulfilled then. I didn't summon a single blackguard. I got too much honor to consider it fulfilled. Never play multiplayer? Ah, alright, alright. I guess I shouldn't request that you boot up the game. If it is, if you guys ever do ask me to pick more units than is possible, I'll just take the maximum amount. Man, I really wonder what would happen if I just summoned 3 blackguard at the start. It might have just dumpstered them. That's what's really on my mind. Okay, so the matchups are High Elves, Beastmen, Wood Elves, Ogres, Vampire Counts, Kislev. Interesting. I think, oh man, there's a lot of back and forth matchups here. I think the 3 most even matchups. I think we'll see Kislev versus Beastmen. I think we'll see maybe Ogres versus High Elves. I don't know. Attack Speed and Joy are really whipping out the Warhammer 2 factions. At least the Warhammer 2 dominant factions. 2 of them were released in Warhammer 1. What spell did his caster have again? He had Aspect of the Dread Knight. He had... Oh wait, no. He had Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. I think Plague of Rust might have been scary for Blackguard, but they do have a lot of melee defense. So it's a bit of a toss-up if they die or not. But he might have Plague of Rusted them to death. He might just have Plague of Rusted them. Let's see. How to do the maps. How do we do the maps? I think maybe we just do have map bans, but it alternates. You know what? It's fine. Top bracket bans 1 map, bottom bracket bans 1 map. It's good enough. I think it's good enough. That way they both get 1 map ban, and then it should be fine. Searing Doom doesn't actually hurt infantry that much. I've had people try to Searing Doom my Blackguard before, and it wasn't that terrifying, all things considered. Okay, so yeah, I'll set up the tournament, and then I'll host it. Yeah. Then I'll give it a hosting after this tournament is done, and we can get a redemption. I'm not about the 1 loss, no more tournaments. I need that practice. How about they each pick a map? So the problem with that is, like, let's say you have a matchup where it's like you're against Empire, you can just pick like the worst map ever for Empire. Pre-selected maps would be fine, but the problem is you'd be assigning matchups to those thingies anyway, so I think you just kind of have to have the map bans if you want it to be the most fair. Midnight tourney incoming. We could be doing a tourney for a long time today. Let's see here. When do we think this tournament's gonna finish? This tournament could finish. Let's say it finishes in... Let's see, so there's 3 more rounds, 6 best of 3s. They should go pretty fast. This tournament, I would say... Let's say it finishes in like 3 hours from now, right? Let's say it finishes 3 hours from now. Okay, so yeah, I can host that this time, maybe? Who knows? Maybe Turn will, maybe Turn will play in it too. Sure, let's do that. And then I'll host it in a wee bit. In the meantime, let's get our maps selected. We should be good to go. All right. Oh crap! Did I already save? I already saved the tourney. Whoopsie daisies. Let's see here. Oh yes, I did accidentally save it. Whoops. Thursday evening. Single elim best of 3 pick and ban. All right. So I hosted another tourney. This one is going to be in like 3 hours. So let me check this one. Is that enough time? Yeah, 3 hours should be enough. That leaves us like 1 hour for each one of these tournaments. That should be good enough. 1 hour per round. That's 1 hour per best of 3. That should definitely be enough. All right. I'm signing up for it. I'm Rage Tournament hosting once again. Upcoming tournaments at Goblins. There will be an evening tourney today too. Exclamation mark. And then we'll do this, and then that way all the evening folk that usually can't play in many tournaments, they can join on in. And even maybe some of the European people, if they just want to play the first few rounds and then drop out. Let's see here. So it's at 5:30 my time. There we go. Oh boy, and then hopefully I don't get insta-annihilated. Let's see here. Is this the right tourney? It is. All right. Turn's playing Dawn of War today. Ah, totally fine with me then. Fine by me. All right. So the first bracket's already completely done for this tournament. It took like less than an hour, 30 minutes. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. This is with what, 16 signups? As long as this tournament isn't ludicrously long, I would love to try doing this format more. The problem is, like, once you get really late, it might start getting, like, you know, like whoever makes it to the finals might have to drop out or something, depending on their time zone. But we'll finagle it. Charks can win 2 tournaments today. Oh geez, you know, it's Charks versus Danican in the bottom bracket. Yo, there's some big names. What the crap? So in the top 8, we have Ulrich Rahl, attack speed enjoyer, Potatoes Devil, Martin, Berserk, B6, Charix, and Danican. Look, the biggest names in the community. Looks like they all want to practice for the grand finals. And this is actually pretty good practice. 8-hour Anticity stream is back. I actually kind of wanted to do a long stream for a little while. Not bad, not bad. Yo, this is still army building. What is this? Long army building. Strong opponents, though. Anticity request bearer. We'll get him in the second one. It's potentially 12 games worth of requests we can do. Ooh, he's sending me their picks and bans. So it looks like Ogres versus Beastmen and Wood Elves was banned. And Kislev versus Wood Elves is banned. So, interesting. Attack Speed Enjoyer, yeah, he's sending me the matchups. It looks like vampire counts. Are we gonna see vampire counts versus the world? Probably not. Vampire counts have to ban. Oh, never mind. Okay, no. He sent it the other way around. So the matchups that are remaining, all vampire counts matchups have been banned. It's Ogres versus Beastmen, Ogres versus Wood Elves, and Kislev versus Wood Elves. Interesting. All right. Outer Region still playing? I haven't seen him much lately. Not a lot of Outer Region. So, oops. I should not be looking at his army. So, I feel like Ogres? Let's see here. So, attack speed. Yeah, Ulrich likes Ogres. So, he was thinking Ogres versus Beastmen and Wood Elves. So, I think Ogres are generally weak to infantry rushes with anti-infantry. So, I feel like Ogres loses those. Wood Elves will be interesting too. Attack Speed Enjoyer did say he had some good tools there. I don't think he said it was a matchup that he really enjoyed though. So we'll see. Very interesting. Yeah, I wonder if I should have left the Slaanesh mirror matchup open. Slaanesh mirror matchup is a doozy. Lot of sketchy knife's edge plays going on there. Should be loaded in soon. So it looks like they are playing Norska versus Wood Elves first. Now, attack speed enjoyer. I think Wood Elves have a bunch of Lord Snipe options. I think Ulrich Rahl would be interested in, like... I feel like he'd be interested in the forested map if you're playing on... Oh, no, Norska, okay. Still, though, same thing, right? If you're playing against Wood Elves, you kind of want small forest. Enough to hide in, not enough for the Wood Elves to camp behind. Interesting, interesting. You could also see just a fat rush. Norska can go for a fat rush. Only 2 Ice Wolf Chariots though. But that would be pretty spooky for any like full kite Wood Elf build. Generally they kite Norska pretty well though. They have skirmishers of many varieties, and Norska generally doesn't have a lot of good shields or armor. And I don't think they want to bring Marauder champions against Kite. By Lord Snipe options, you mean they have Arrows of Kuranos? They have Arrows of Kuranos, and they do have an Arcane Unforging too. They could also just net your Lord and snipe them, or they can bring Sisters of Twilight and shoot you from the skies. Like, there's a lot of snipey options there. Norska's generally pretty prone to getting Lord sniped, but because you can resummon Lords like Wolfric, it's not as bad. As we saw last game, we had a pretty good lead, but Wolfric just got resummoned. And for the effort I put into snipe him, to the cost of resummoning, it genuinely was not that bad for my opponent. So that's kind of the defense there. Like, if you spend, like, let's think about it, right? You would spend 22 winds of magic to, you'd spend 22 winds of magic to kill a unit of 1,000 gold cavalry, right? But usually, you know, like, how many spirit leeches are you chucking onto Wolfric to get him killed? Don't rush his counter Lord Snipe build. Depends on the Lord Snipe build. Sometimes you don't have to commit that much to Lord Snipe. But I think generally attack speed enjoyer likes to go for his infantry builds anyways. We will see. Attack speed enjoyer ready's up. Ah, Nelly. They've been armor building for a while. I'm still really interested to see how this format goes. Potatoes Devil. Oh, dang. I can see why you're in stream. Potatoes Devil's the first one to make it to top 4. Defeating Martin. And he'll be facing the winner of Attack Speed Enjoyer and Ulrich Wall. So he's scouting them out. Potatoes Devil doing the big scout. That means this tournament might actually progress pretty quickly, all things considered. Despite being a minimum of 8 rounds, it could go pretty fast. I think one big benefit is that you're not waiting on other people to finish their rounds as much. With the Swiss format, you can finish a game in 5 minutes and be stuck waiting for like another 20. It's pretty brutal. So I'm just gonna turn on the AC real quick. Huh. Oh man, are they gonna ready up? Dude, Potatoes Devil, you're speed running, man. Potatoes Devil just blitzing through all the peeps. He likes Sisters of Thorn. Ah, they're doing map bans. They're doing map bans. Looks like they're on Blood Grove. All right, interesting. I gotta add another one of these. It's been a while since I've cast a best of 3. Let's see here. Player scores. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. All RTK. That's huge. Ulrich Wall. Let's go ahead and shrink that bad boy. Where do I put this? Attack. Oh. RTK Civil War going on. Attack, speed, enjoyer. And then what? Do I make a dash? Oh, it is a dash. Dude, attack speed's name is so long. I used to have a cool little UI thing for this. Let me see if I can recover that. Where is it at? Oh, hey, we're loading into the game? Hell yeah. I'll get rid of the blocker in a second. Where'd I put it? Ah, yes, this. Oh, look at that. Now that's some professional streamerism right there. Let's get that lined up. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. Is Anticity a pro streamer? More or less. Eh. Alright. Then we just do that. And then I do some of this action. Ah, yeah, dude, it's getting there. This is not the prettiest thing I've ever done in my life, but it's, ah, hell yeah. Alright. And then, what? Then we do, like, we do O. And... and O. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh. It's huge. Yeah, there we go. Yo, that's sick. Get rid of the armor blocker now. All right. It's also a professional blocker. The production value is through the roof. All right. Actually, I should make that font a little bit more poppy, right? Outline. How does that look? It's a pretty good outline. Nice. Oh my gosh. So on the left side we have Ogre versus attack speed endure, going for the Ogre Kingdoms with the Slaughter Master. This would be a good way to learn matchups anyways. Troll Guts, just Troll Guts. He has an Arrows of Kurnoser with the Waystalkers. This is a Twilight, very standard fare. He did tell me that he liked the Sisters of Twilight, by the way, attack speed endure. He likes the Sisters of Twilight here because they can snipe lords and such. He also brought the Eagle Quiver, which is kind of like Arrows of Kurnos. So you could potentially get a lot of work done there. But Ulrich Wall's just camping in the trees, fearing for his life against the might of the Wood Elves. As the Sisters of Twilight fly on in. Let's take a look-see. Heat-seeking missile to the Lord. Slaughter Master of the Great Maw gets spotted. And will they fire? It appears not yet. I assume he has the Powder Guts too, and he's gonna want to bring them in to shoot at the Sisters. You can see the Eagle juking, very nice. 110 speed makes them very good at flying around and overall being a menace. So not a lot has really gone on. Though attack speed endure does capture the first 2 points. This game could very well end in a very fast tradesies. Gets a random shot in on the Nobblars. I think that was an accident. You usually want to save ammunition. And Waystalker is also using a lot of ammo. No lead belchers either. Something important to note. There are 0 lead belchers in this army. Dryads are going to run to the trees away from the Ogre Bulls. Look at those big boys. Marching in on a swift trot towards the trees. Potentially risky if a cavalry unit gets summoned though. Glade Guard could also shoot him up. Are they gonna commit to the fight though? Looks like the Ogre Bulls. Yes. Big push forwards from the Ogres. Massive swell forwards because they are triple capped. They have to capture at least 1 point. Otherwise it's not really worth it to continue waiting. Fake Arrows of Kurnos and the Sisters of Twilight get launched. A little bit of damage to the Slaughter Master, but nothing that really worries them that much. Much more worrying are those shots. But they did no damage because he was on the ground. Units on the ground will sometimes have shooting immunity. I don't know if that's what happened there or if he just is really tanky, but he took like no damage from that. I don't know what happened. It's a really lackluster Arrows of Kurnos. I don't know. Kind of jank and a bad start for attack speed endure. As the Sisters of Twilight going on the aggressive now. They're a little fed up with the fact that this guy has not been dead. So they're gonna go for the melee instead. Whoa, melee Sisters coming on in. All right, not even on a dragon, but I guess there's no mass to actually pin them down. I say that, but apparently the Nobblars are kind of being problematic. Get an AoE shot on the Flingers. At least the Flingers are kind of busy, but backline for the Wood Elves kind of looking sus. I don't really like the Glade Guard getting caught up so easily, right? He's gonna have to counter one way or the other, or it's just gonna be a raw down trade for attack speed endure. 2 Glade Guard are shut down. A third one also shut down. Wild Riders are just kind of trading, but he needs to kill off these guys decisively for this to be worth it. Kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. That was a very good Ogre charge. On the right flank, those Ogres look like they did get... no, they're just chasing the Dryads, I think. I think these are the same bulls. You can see just the sheer weight of numbers for the Ogre Kingdoms is very high. As the Troll gets his Slaughter Master to keep him in the fight. Wood Elves are in disarray. This is pretty bad. Sisters have really low mass, do they? Oh, dang. Yeah, that's really low mass. They have like Chariot mass. Waystalker gets caught up too. This is looking very bad. This is looking incredibly bad. I don't like this at all for Attack Speed Enjoyer. A rough start indeed. Sisters of Twilight are not going to be able to snipe their Lord either. All looking very strong today. Some very sick Ogre Kingdoms plays. Chases down another Glade Guard. And there's like nothing left, man. I think Attack Speed Enjoyer might have been a little too wide for his own good. You can't outwit the Ogre Kingdoms. They play the widest armies in the game, actually. Like, genuinely so. It can be very hard to deal with if you have too much range. Absolute stomping grounds abound. And even the Eternal Guard, again, slingered to death. What an embarrassment. Poor Eternal Guard, losing a lot of HP. Down to 71 entities. Ogres easily capture 2 points, as they do. They have massive capture weight, lots of speed, so they do not worry at all about that. Even using the Blood Vultures here to chase off some Glade Guard. Stacking up to that +6 melee attack. That's pretty crazy. It's like a whole creative assembly buff worth of buffs. Up to +7, which is now starting to get rather absurd. 39 melee attack. Dang. Pretty brutal. As I dive in onto the Glade Guard, looks like they will be going down pretty fast. There's not much left for the Wood Elves. Technically, they have a value lead, but that's damage on the Lord that was just healed back. And I'm pretty sure this caster has not gone that much value. Yeah, only 339. This guy's gone way more value off his healing. And by just staying alive, he's making sure that the Sisters of Twilight really aren't doing that much. It's actually really interesting. I think this build would have been way better versus a Lead Belcher build. That's why you have the Arrows of Kurnos and the Sisters of Twilight. But when the Ogre Kingdoms just don't take Lead Belchers and they full rush you, it gets way worse. Look at these poor Glade Guard. He does get a pretty solid slow on these Iron Fists though. So Iron Fists do have silver shields and 40 armor with lots of speed. They're pretty hard to take down just by their raw HP numbers. And yep, diving in on the Glade Guard. Even with the slow, it's not enough to take him out. These guys pointing in the wrong direction. It looks like Attack Speed Enjoyer is on his way to be an army wipe. Pretty brutal. I don't think there's a whole lot he can do here. Let me just move this down just a smidge. Ooh, there we go. That looks pretty good. There's not much to cast. He's pretty dead. He's pretty dead. Unless there's like a mega crazy play he makes in the next like 3 seconds. He's gonna be triple Captain Army wiped. Although, I guess technically there's not a lot of tickets that just yet, right? Okay, I think here's the one out for Attack Speed Enjoyer. Yeah, there we go. Wild Hunters of Kurnos. If there's one thing that's gonna save him, it's gonna be these guys. Look at them marching in from the distance. What he needs to do, he needs to kill every single Ogre unit on the entire battlefield with his cavalry. So technically these guys, they can 1v1 an infinite amount of Ogre chaff, right? Just Ogre Bulls, Saber Tusk. Given enough micro, he should be able to clean them up. So that means if you really squint, all of these units are practically already dead if you factor in the fact that this cavalry is insane, right? They get dismembered though. Turns out Ogres do have a say in the matter. That's gonna hurt them a little bit, but they can still solo everything. That was a pretty lackluster charge though. And it's already looking shut down, I'm not gonna lie. It's already looking pretty shut down. Oh, hey, Noblars get run. Pretty good damage. Attack Speed Enjoyer genuinely could come back here. It's just gonna be a little sus. Like, Ulrich Wall's gonna need to have like no summons to deal with Wild Riders. But I'm just gonna assume that he knows how to deal with Wild Riders. I don't know, we'll see. Pretty good charge here though. Gets the Iron Fist. Could kill the Blood Vultures. Really expose Lord too? Okay, wait. Hold up. Hold up 1 second. This guy's hella out of position. Look at him. He's running with his club. He's terrified. He's a dead Lord. Malakoth's on the Mournfang Cavalry is not bad either. It does half damage because they have 12 entities instead of 25. But it's certainly rather powerful. However, here comes the heal. Oh, massive arrows of Kurnos staggers 2 of them so they don't get their charge. Oh, okay. All right. That was a really good. That was about as good as it possibly could have been for attack speed and joy. He gets a full surround on the Mournfang Cavalry. And he will actually be able to rout them off even with the meat feast. That was a huge blunder from Ulrich Wall. Just sending them into a bad fight, thinking that the Troll Guts would save them. But they got absolutely annihilated, shattered off the battlefield. Attack speed and joy is making a lot of work. Getting a lot of work done with these Wild Riders, but they do get caught up by Saber Tusks. So, was it really worth? Was it really worth? Because, like, Ulrich Wall still has the capture points, right? No, he doesn't. He actually lost the middle. You know what? I don't know. The points are close enough. I still think Ulrich or attack speed and joy is living off of, like, literally only Wild Riders at this point. So if he just spams Pigback Riders, I think he's still dead. I think it's still basically impossible to win, but you never know. There's third arrows of Kurnos. Boom, on the Pigback Riders. Important target to hit. But like, how many Wild Riders? How many Wild Riders are actually going to win this? Looks like Ulrich Wall. Oh no, he does have a triple cap. Yeah. Ulrich Wall. No, a double cap. Soon to be a triple cap. He's going to be able to hold this point barely with some Ogre Bulls. And Wild Riders, even though they can technically kill everything, you need like the best situations ever. And he just keeps spamming Dismember on them. And Saber Tusks trade evenly into them. And when you're behind, you don't want to just trade. Saber Tusks get annihilated by that charge though, but they were pretty low and it's a nice trade. Pigback Riders get the charge on them, which reduces their speed too. Makes the charges way weaker. And the Sisters of Twilight get routed. Oh, the brutality. The humanity. Slaughtermaster didn't even die. I thought he was a goner. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Just a wee bit unfortunate. I guess we're continuing to do a yeah, we're just gonna keep doing formatting while we slowly watch the death. Ogres still have this point. They're about to flip over in terms of who has the most points. Lord is dead. The Lord Snipe faction gets sniped. I guess you were right. Full Rush has countered Lord Snipe this day. Ogres don't even need this point, but once they capture it, it's a triple cap. And that's basically it. Hey, Senior Bubble, what's up? We're just here watching some fun games. Ogre Kingdoms have won. Maybe I should pick up Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms kind of hype. Kind of crazy. A solid win. And attack speed and joy is going to need to win 2 to pull it back. Not the prettiest of situations. As Ulrich Wall gets game number 1. This guy did not get a lot of value, but he lived, which is everything he needs. And you can see these bowls, man. These Ogre bowls are insane. Mega value. Yeah, okay. I did not realize he bought this many range units at the start. It's too busy looking at the Ogre units. He bought 9 range units into a rush build. Despite that, it still ended up being decently close, but it's just way too easy to run over them with the rush. Like, build wise, Ulrich Wall definitely had a strong advantage here. But he still has 2 more matches. Hey, what's up, Papa Neat? He still has 2 more matches. I believe in attack speed enjoyer. Surprised we didn't see Sisters of Thorn, but like, it's really risky to kite ogres. I think so. Like, you know, it's the difference between rush, kite, and infantry heavy, right? He can try to beat lead belchers A lot of Warhammer matches come down to this. Just going for a specific play style. The Ogre Rush build, though, is definitely the safest play. I don't think it has a lot of counters. But here we go. So it looks like the next match is going to be beastmen versus ogres. Oh boy. Do you guys think ogres are a better beastman? You think Ulrich Wall is gonna ogre it up? I think he will. I think Ulrich Wall plays a mean Ogre Kingdoms. He plays a very mean Ogre Kingdoms. When Mass Spears do well, you would think they would, but Mass Spears is surprisingly bad against ogres. It's a common misconception. But the problem is that Pigback Riders will hold against the spears for eternity. And then suddenly you have Hammer and Anvil for days for the ogres. It's super duper bad to bring spears. Or you get hammer and shooting, or anvil and shooting, right? Pike and shot. Ogres are super good at pike and shot. So what you really need is DPS. Spears will win against ogres, but they're never gonna catch ogre bulls. Spears are more of a late game summon to hold on to points or something, but like ogre bulls, they're faster than spears. That's like saying you can use spears into Bretonia. Except you also give Bretonia lead belchers, okay? Imagine if Bretonia had lead belchers, people would not be fantasizing about spears against them, right? Spears and halberds. I think that's the big issue. For greenskins, it's a little bit better, because greenskin spears are really tanky. They don't care about getting shot as much by lead belchers. And ogre bull charges are way less devastating against them. So in that case, I give it to the greenskins. You need really tanky spears. Anyways, at the very least, Ungor Raiders are fairly cheap. They're not too bad. I do still think he needs some infantry to clear off the Noblars, the Pigback Riders. And of course, this is going to come down heavily to the cavalry control. Are we going to see some insane cav plays? I also kind of wonder, you guys think Charks or Danican's going to win? Danican won! He already won! Danican's the second person in the top 4, insane. Dude, this tournament's going pretty fast. I kind of like this format. This tournament's kind of going fast. Like, the usual, you know, the usual, like, Swiss tournament might end at, like, 4:30, right? My time. This tournament looks like it'll probably end at like 5 o'clock. Yeah, if ogres don't charge and spears win, it's kind of janky. Danican won. He's gonna face the winner of Berserk and B6. Oh boy, alright. Alrighty. Looks like they're playing on Bleakspire Labor Camp. Very close quarters map. Do Beastmen have forest walking, right? So their Centaurs are very happy here. This is generally a good map for Beastmen versus Ogres. Lead Belchers will have a harder time getting line of sight. But I don't know. B6 is out. RIP. B6, happy to have you in chat. So it looks like Berserk and Danican's already started, and wowza. Dang. Alright, here we go. Who will win? Who will win? Yo, Berserk's a menace, man. Berserk's terrifying. Okay, it's another it's another mass ogre build. So this is bulls to the max, all right. I think I'm getting a feel for Ulrich Wall's ogre playstyle. He likes that melee rush. Although he will take lead belches when it's needed. Interesting. Interesting. Massive, massive ogre rush. Beastmen versus ogres should be a fun one. This is gonna be all melee all day. It's like Slaanesh versus Corn, but way more interesting. So we are seeing bowls into the horizon. All right, it's just infinity bowls. Nice purple color scheme over there. Front line of Noblars. Should be some pigback riders over there too. Look at them go. Look at those quads, man. Oh my gosh. Look at those calves. Dude, wait. Dude, are the pigback riders ripped? Where are they at? Yeah, look at that. Holy crap. Look at that definition on those thighs, man. Oh, look at this. Okay, let's not look too much. Pigback riders. A very scary unit against all things Centaurs, and actually a fairly decent spear unit too. They'll fight Ungors just fine. For the Beastmen, we're seeing Malagor the Dark Omen, Flock of Doom for, I guess, pigback riders. I've never really seen people have a good magic choice against ogres, because they don't really... There's not a lot of magic that does well against them. I feel like CA could change that, but you know, it's kind of an interesting thing about ogres. Gore Herd into the horizon. Lots and lots of Gore Herd. These guys are the unshielded variant. They are the anti-infantry variant to clear off Noblars like no one's business. And once the Ogre Bulls are unsupported by Noblars, that's when the cavalry can usually rout them. So what, we're looking at some Ungor Spearmen, some more Gore Herd. It's a bunch of fun stuff. Bunch of infantry. The Drakewald destroys Drakewald and back with poison. There's nothing too crazy going on though. It's just a bunch of infantry. Surprising lack of terror on both sides though, right? Take a look at this Slaughtermaster of Beasts. Oh, it's both Flock of Doom. Wow. It got nerfed. Flock of Doom got nerfed and they're still both spamming it. Oh my gosh. With the Flock of Doom nerf, I'm still seeing tourney games in Dom where both sides only bring Flock of Doom. Let's go ahead and report that. So the match begins. Flock of Doom has only taken nerfs since Warhammer 1 launch. Yeah, but it hasn't really gone crazy nerfs. Firebelly too expensive? He's really expensive, yeah. Firebelly is like an extra 400 gold or something. 400, 300 more gold. There's attack speed and Jorah gets an early triple cap. Forces the ogres forwards into a fight, which he kind of wants, right? Kind of wants that that fight. As the ogre bulls, insta-charging the Ungors, and he's not actually gonna support him. Some Ungor Spearmen, maybe? They don't take that much damage on the retreat. The Ungor Spearmen do get in there. You know, not a terrible play. Flock of Doom drops. Not a lot of damage up. Overall, not the biggest Flock of Doom ever. Just chucking it out for a little bit of value. As he continues his forward push. Here's the thing though. Ogres are about to fall into the bull's horns. This is an ancient tactic, an actual tactic, where you pull back with your center line and then you flank with the bull's horns. All right. I believe this was... What was this? Was this invented in the plains of Africa? I forget. But it's a pretty fun strategy. And it works in Total War too, who would have guessed? As he gets a collapse on the back line. And now the ogres are in disarray. He gets a pretty good Flock of Doom upgraded on these guys. Doesn't do a lot of damage though. Hannibal? No, Hannibal... Wait, no, was Hannibal? Oh, no, Hannibal did do this too. But was it also... I forget where it was invented though. Yeah, Zulu warriors. Hannibal definitely did a similar encircling strategy though. Catches it, however, with the pullback. Doesn't fall too deep into the formation. Does not get jebaited like the Romans. and catches one of the horns early on. Potentially a counter envelopment on the Pestigores is collapsing on in, but these are Regiment of Renown Ungor Spearmen. Pestigores, Goreherd, fairly elite with the support of Malagor. But he does not have his leadership buff, only giving encourage here. And that means that a lot of these guys will be a little bit more prone to routing than usual. Even gets the buff with the Massacre, doesn't give terror like it did before, I think. But it does give a pretty massive damage boost. That's gonna help rout off these here Pestigores. Gets a Flock of Doom though on the Ogres. Still doesn't do that much. It's okay versus Saber Tusks though. But pretty bad on that little flanking pocket. Now, he did sacrifice a couple Gnoblars on the flanks for that, but he actually outmaneuvered attack speed Enjoyer pretty hard. Ogres are pretty fast. They're good at doing that. Takes out the Ungor Spearmen that are trying to envelop, and these counter envelopments are just really rough. The thing about domination is you're constantly getting reinforcements, so going for surrounds can be very risky business. And overall, attack speed Enjoyer is looking a little worse for wear, though value trading still very close. It's looking like a pretty nice catch of Ogre Bulls over here, and it's going to become a big mosh pit. Now, who mosh pits better? With the power of Corngors, which was recently added to the Beastmen roster, it looks like overall melee strength should be pretty good for Beastmen in this blob. Corngors and Poison is great. He is stabilizing his right flank too. I think if this collapsed, it would have been really bad. Ogres probably would have been able to collapse in there. So I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about the Beastman. He will be able to push back here though. Capture points are still really low overall, but I do think Beastmen have a better late game, only slightly though. Centaurs are amazing, but will they be enough? Will they actually be enough? I'm not entirely sure. He's also not summoning in that many Centaurs, actually going for throwing axes now. Interesting. I guess he'll eventually clear off the high ground. So attack speed Enjoyer is actually going for the long con. Instead of summoning in a ton of cavalry to clear up this mess over here, he wants to go for more of a trading type game. Slow burn, maybe play a little bit more defensively, play a little bit more grouped up, and potentially win that way. Big overextension from the Goreherd. Yeah, they're gonna die to these Yetis. He's been really liking these Yetis recently. Fun to see them make a comeback. They do have a speed and melee defense reduction. But we'll see how this fight goes. So it looks like Ulrich Rahl is deciding to commit to this fight. But if it goes south, it's a pretty bad loss for him. Yetis get on in there. They do provide terror, so that is the first source of terror on the battlefield. And some Centaur throwing axes. Yeah, they're gonna be fighting some Ogre Bulls. We got some Gnoblars over here. But it looks like a lot of units are starting to take damage here, especially the Mournfang Cavalry. You really don't want to lose those guys. So another Flock Doom drops, hitting the Corngors. They do have spell resist though, and he will be pulling them out, using the Meat Feast to replenish their vigor and HP alike. Looks like Ulrich Rahl is at the top of his game today, playing very well. Saves those very, very strong Mournfang Cavalry units. And now it's certainly looking a little bit sus, ain't it? For the Beastmen. They're kind of getting chunked down by the range units here, right? Although attack speed Enjoyer does take the high ground. These are just normal Gnoblars, so they will die. He has pushed back a lot of these trappers in the distance. Ogres don't have that much themselves, and maybe Ulrich Rahl's long con play might actually play out, because look at this. Ogres are really centered around a couple elite units right now, with the Mournfang Cavalry and the Yetis, and they kind of have to stick together or they might get overwhelmed, right? A lot of Beastmen units have rallied, and he's actually managed a triple cap against the Ogres because of the relatively few elite units. This could end up forcing the Ogres to have to overextend on multiple capture points, and Beastmen could win the skirmish game if they can keep these Centaurs alive. Dismember drops. Doing a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. These ones at half HP now, but they still have a lot of their ammunition. Charges in though. Nope. A bait. And they disengage. Okay, there you go. Pretty good. Pretty good. Of course, Malagor's keeping these corn gores together too. Nice charge on those trappers also. And it looks like the ogres are starting to fall apart here. And like, what are these guys doing? That's the thing, right? They have to capture a point. But that means that the super expensive units just aren't really doing anything. In fact, they don't even capture the point. Deciding to charge in over here onto the Pestigors. Gets a pretty nice route. But the middle line is just looking sus with the corn gores cleaving through the saber-tusk packs. We see a couple more ogre bulls getting summoned in, but they're not going to trade super well into axe throwers. Especially as these are the non-shielded variant. I'm a little sussed out, I'm not gonna lie. Ogre Kingdoms might lose on capture points if they're not able to capture soon. Another Centaur throwing axes get summoned, and ogres have almost no ways to deal with them. Except for this one trapper that's just having the time of its life. Attack speed enjoyer, you gotta disengage, man. He's taking massive damage here. Not a pretty situation. Of course, his Death Star is very strong too. And he commits to a charge. Now the traps will activate on them, presumably. Unless the trap's already activated. They already activated, okay. So if the Centaurs can win this fight and actually hold this point, Ulrich Rahl is going to be on a really tight timer. Trading wise, just has to stay even for attack speed enjoyer for him to win this match. But a bit of a misplay, his Centaurs get caught up by some ogre bulls. You want to take as little damage as possible as attack speed enjoyer. You want to disengage, secure your point, stay safe, and oh my god, it's a massacre. Centaur is losing about half HP for basically no reason. That's a oopsa daisies, as he was probably focused elsewhere. The Centaurs over here get routed off by the trappers. And it seems like Ulrich Rahl, with just a little bit more efficiency on these engagements, is barely going to be able to win this. Malagor just chasing off some units, but oh my gosh. Yeah, the beastmanity. The beastmanity, I guess that's how you say it. It's pretty bad. Now, he still has 2 capture points. He has some reinforcements. He has some harpies. And he does still have some skirmishers. He Centaurs running for their life. Get caught again by the Yetis. Slowing aura, bringing them down to 55 speed. Bringing them down to ogre speed. Oh my goodness. Barely disengaging, but they might get routed, man. If they get routed, it's over. Oh, and the miscontrol again. Oh, no, I don't think it was miscontrol. I think it's because this unit over here was caught up in melee. I've noticed recently cavalry leashing into melee really aggressively sometimes. And I think we just saw that. I think they were trying to disengage, but the game's AI was like, we gotta save them. There's 2 units of cavalry. We can't leave them behind. Rush to your deaths. And they did. And now they're terror routed. Brutality on the Centaurs. Triple cap for the Ogre Kingdoms. And I think Ulrich Rahl has had a very decisive 2-0 victory against attack speed enjoyer. One of the top players in the world. What a menace. What a menace. Ulrich Rahl on his A game today, man. Whipping out the Ogre Kingdoms, just crushing it. Good charge over here. Massive damage to the Pestigors. There's nothing left. Ain't nothing left, man. Dang. Dang. I wouldn't say it's upsets. Ulrich Rahl's a very good player. He just doesn't play very often. But he is rather terrifying. Ulrich Rahl's an old schooler like me. I think Ulrich Rahl has been playing as long as me. Maybe even longer. Have we won a game? We beat Ulrich Rahl once. With Slaanesh. I lost twice as Dark Elves though. Such is life. But yeah, it's pretty over now for the Beastmen. I think they just had some slightly inefficient engagements in the early game. And then of course Ogre Kingdoms are just a really good rush faction. Good luck, Potatoes Devil. You're gonna go for some leadership bombs? We're gonna see some sick leadership bombs from you? I'm down to see it. Oh, dang, he's just taking the fight versus Ungor. That's crazy. He's reducing the melee defense to 14 with the Yetis. Jeez. Oh my god, it's a massacre. This is what I mean, man. Spears are weirdly bad into ogres. Just because they can take a lot of damage. It depends on where you get your spears in. Flock of Doom drops, but that's not going to be enough, man. Both players have done a good job keeping their lords alive, though. Impressive indeed. How did they do that? Boy, but yeah, there they go. Another terror out. Dang, yo, these Yetis. I kind of see what he's putting down. Technically, though, they only have 600 gold value, and they're at half HP, so maybe they're not that high. But it's kind of fun. Kind of fun unit. They got the terror. Is there anything left, though? Okay, one corn gore. I'm pretty sure one corn gore is not going to be enough here. There's no way he captures the far side. Even if he captures 2 points, by the time he does, he won't have enough tickets, right? He was ancient when the world was young. Dude, Oliverwall's an OG, man. Super OG. That means he's been playing for at least 5 years, right? 5 years of Warhammer, half a decade. I wonder how many hours in this game he has. So there go those Iron Fists. Running for their lives. Capture point number 1 is taken for attack speed enjoyer. He still has hope. I think that it's not impossible for him to win, so we're not going to discredit him. All right. I do think it is very heavily favored for the Ogre Kingdoms, though. Value trading stays it's even, but these guys got healing. They got healing through their army ability, not this caster. How much value did they even get? 900? 1,700. Wow. Maybe I should bring Flock of Doom versus Ogre Kingdoms. Dang. If it's going to get that much value, I might as well, right? You just arrived. What build is this? They both brought rush builds against each other. Unfortunately, I'm out of the tournament, but I am playing another one in 2 hours. So keep an eye out for that. This is Dismember. Army abilities, man. Army abilities are brutal. Big Flock of Doom drops. And Yetis go on in. Behold, the power of spears versus the Ogre Kingdoms. Anyone still ready to take spears against ogres nowadays? Is anyone dying to run spears? I don't know, man. I don't know. Something about those pointy sticks don't look like they're that effective. When you're taking infinity damage to the ogre charges. Usually I like cavalry. I like cavalry. Can we expect a continuation of the Hunts Marshal campaign in the near future? I might do some streams this weekend. TBD, TBD. I kind of wanted to do more streams lately. We'll have to see though. But yeah, attack speed enjoyer taps out. Oliver Kval wins. Dang, what a mad lad. Stay in lobby, please, for next best of 3. Potatoes Devil, you're up. So Flock of Doom, pretty good damage. Ogre Bulls were just a menace though. The Trappers, holy crap. So here's the thing, right? The way this works, Trappers and Pigback Riders are such a menace to deal with cavalry. They're always just going to be brutalizing you. I think they're always going to be an absolute menace. So you kind of have to clear them out with your infantry. I think that's kind of what you gotta do. I think attack speed enjoyer's build is fine. He did let his archers get caught. I think that one archer was supposed to do the same job that the trappers did, but they kind of got killed early on. And his flank play, while cool, didn't really amount to much in the end. His Centaurs really got punished too. Turns out they lose to trappers, which is insane to me. But I guess their stats aren't that great. And while the Corn Gores did okay, everything else was just slightly suboptimal to the Ogre Bull charges. Well played to Oliver Kval. He's on the warpath. And we'll see where this goes. Party's heating up. It's heating up. Potatoes Devil. So it's Berserk versus Danican is playing out right now. Potatoes Devil versus Oliver Kval shall be beginning. Attack speed enjoyer. Well played, well played. I'm gonna go get some food while we wait. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a wee second. I need sustenance. It's gonna be a long day today. Alrighty, we're back. This is gonna be Ogres versus Betonia. Chef Mike in action. I just heated up some leftovers. Some spinach balls, rice, and soy sauce. I do plan to make some spaghetti later today though. That'll be very hype. Yeah, we microwaving. Needs a bit more. All right. Ogres versus Betonia. Here we go. All that working out makes you hungry. Yeah, I have a pull-up bar that might work for my apartment without damaging the door frame. I'm very excited to get it used. Very much so excited. Okay, so it's Tzeentch, Greenskins, Ogres, Empire, Wood Elves, Dark Elves. Interesting. You're rage hosting? Good, I need another one? Ah, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm rage hosting today. We are absolutely rage hosting. We're already in the top 4. Top 4 best of 3s. It only took us 2 hours, 30 minutes to get to the top 4. That's pretty good. All things considered, that is pretty good, actually. These tournaments are way shorter than I thought they'd be. Nice haircut, thank you. All right. Here we go. Potatoes Devil rocking the Empire, Wood Elves, Dark Elves. You have like the rush players that love ogres, greenskins, beastmen. And then you have like the infantry enjoyers that go for like Empire, Wood Elves, Dark Elves. Although Charix does like Kite, but he also dabbled in greenskins. There's definitely like groups of factions though that people play. Ooh, that's hot. You got pork shoulder slow roasting? Ah, hell yeah. But yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes. Potato has a mean Wood Elves. Greenskins in Warhammer 1 were so fun because they were more flexible than anyone else. They had like the biggest roster. Like they were kind of the meme big roster, at least in my memory of early Warhammer 2. Lizardmen had a big roster too from all the DLCs, but they weren't really that prominent. All right, so this is Potatoes Devil. Potatoes Devil. Anyone know where he got that name from? He just wake up one day and he's like, I want to be Potatoes Devil. Like, how does a name like that come about? What spurs a man on to do such things? Hey, what's up, Trizik? Same way Malmo came about? Oh boy. Probably. By the way, Trizik, once you do get admin access to Total Tavern, I was thinking I could actually start having a lot more tournaments just running constantly. It'd be pretty fun to also always have an evening tournament going on. And then do like an actual Anticity series of some sort. Like actually have like a grand finals, maybe a small prize pool or something. I feel like it could be fun. Get some qualifiers going. Can we get some weekend tourneys? A lot of people host weekends. I think like Turin usually hosts weekends, so. Yeah, but also I usually take weekends off, but hey, I could just have Trizik throw it all together. Assuming everything goes well. I think they're still doing faction bans. I believe they're still doing faction bans. But yeah, so like basically you have a European tournament and then a late night or like an Americas tournament. Have some qualifiers and then you're good. Yeah, turn hosts super late for EU, yeah. CA will sponsor, right, for the anniversary? Oh boy. You know, they have actually hosted some really big tournaments before. It's quite nice. But yeah. I think like if I have Trizic helping me out, it becomes way easier to just have tournaments constantly going up. You don't even need that many signups, really. They're just there for the people that want to play them, you know? Could be really nice. Be nice. It'd be nice. And then like I can start doing like new player stuff. Get some new players in the scene. Though I'll have to see. I'll have to see how it goes. I should do a new player tournament. New player King of the Hill, where the person that loses stays in the tournament. We'll call it like Peasant of the Ditch. And then like that way, it becomes more and more inviting to join in as time goes on. Because at some point, you gotta be looking at it like, okay, there's no way. There's no way I lose to this guy, right? Like you're watching him battle out and you're like, this guy, he's lost 5 games in a row. That'd be pretty fun. Just like have a lobby up. I'll take it down as a note. Help with a little bit of adminning. Okay, I gotta clarify how these rules work just a little bit more for these tournaments because people keep getting confused. Thursday, best of 3 single elim. But yeah, I feel like you know, like Turin doesn't host that often. I think I'm probably the one hosting the most nowadays. So I could try to step into you know, I could try to fill some bigger shoes. See how it goes. Let's see here. All right. So before each battle, top bracket bans one map, then bottom bracket bans one map. All right, there we go. That should be each. That should be it. Should be a little bit more clear for people who are trying to figure out how the map bans work. I've received multiple comments about the map bans being a little confusing. That should help out. All right, there we go. Get those double elimination SFTs going. Yo, double elimination takes so long. The bottom bracket of bottom elimination is always much slower than the top bracket. It's one of the longest formats that has ever been tried. It's kind of sad. You like it a lot when I commentate games? Oh, hell yeah. Happy to do it. It's not like I can do much else when we get annihilated at the beginning. It's nice seeing other factions get played though, because like, obviously I specialize at a handful of factions. Like, Potatoes Devil is playing Dark Elves here, right? Against Ogres. We're gonna learn how to actually play the matchup. It'll be great. Or he gets wreck-a-ronied. And then we laugh. And then we laugh at him. Ha ha ha, and then we feel better about ourselves. Because clearly Oliver Qual's Ogre Kingdoms is OP. Couple of months ago, seeing Dark Elves in the top spots would have been unheard of. I know, right? People have been really investigating them as a faction. Oh yeah, Trizik. I should make you a mod.
Double Nurgle Grinder plus Blazing Squealers in Famo.
Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. We have a new mod. Double Nurgle Grinder plus Blazing Squealers, infinite ammo. All right. This is something you asked for earlier, right? Oh wait, no, but this one's double grinder. Wait, double Nurgle Grinder? Oh, it's Demons of Chaos. Oh, dang. Nurg, Grinder, Squealer. For ammo. Dang, alright. That's pretty crazy. It's on the list. To the list. To the glorious, massive lists that I got. This is so many. So many lists. Can we make it if you don't lose in group stages or semis, you get a free loss like in fighting game tournaments? Yeah, so like you can do that with double elim, but that's not the problem with double elim. The problem is that the bottom bracket will take too long to catch up to the top bracket. A double elim tournament can run for like an extra 2 hours and there's way more downtime. All right, so looks like he's going for the Scourge Runner play. All right. Noble Naldor. You have no idea when to use Corsairs. Basically, we just want a slightly stronger Bleak Sword. Generally, though, Bleak Swords are just better Corsairs. Most of the time. But anyways, pretty standard fare, Lead Belcher, X2. Slaughter Master of the Great Maw. So basically the same build that he ran against me. Against Potatoes Devil. Who's gone for a build that worked for me in the past when playing against Ogres. A Rakarth build. With Whiplash to buff Harpies. Triple Scourge Runner Chariot. Burning Head. And one Bolt Thrower. Okay, so the Bolt Thrower is interesting. I think the Ogres would be able to push in and probably shoot the Bolt Thrower to death. If they want to, because this is not exactly a rush army, right? There's no stopping power for the Dark Elves. So these Scourge Runners in the distance, it's going to be a little sus. Now, killing one Bolt Thrower is not a really big play. Excuse me, you do get out of position ever so slightly. So, we'll see. As it stands, though, just a lot of posturing, right? Lead Belchers move on in to push the Scourge Runners back. Should be interesting. Rakarth is an insane fighter, by the way. So on a dragon, he has plus 15 bonus versus large, bringing him up to a mighty 70 melee attack. And his charge bonus is nothing to scoff at either. He's just a big old beat stick. He can grind and fight basically everything. Now, seeing the Dark Elf build, Ulrich Val, his first summon is going to be Lead Belchers. Because he's not worried about being rushed. He just doesn't want to get kited. Potatoes Devil doesn't want to get shot by Lead Belchers. He summons Bolt Throwers. Now, this arms race can only go so far. Number one, for a few reasons. Number one, Ogres can capture the points, forcing the Dark Elves to advance. Or the Ogres could rush down the Bolt Throwers. Kind of similar with the Ogre side, where they can be rushed by the Dark Elves. But because they already have 3 Scourge Runners, Dark Elves are they're gonna have a hard time actually rushing. But they do have 2 capture points, using their mobility to their advantage. They haven't really shot much yet, though. We're not seeing a big dive in on the Lead Belchers. So Potatoes Devil thinks that trading into Lead Belchers with 3 Scourge Runners is a down trade. Or at the very least, he wants to keep the Scourge Runners alive. I would kind of agree. Lead Belchers are kind of terrifying. So he pulls back, gives up a second point, but this is where he begins to uptrade. Now there's 3 Lead Belchers and a Morinfang Cavalry. The Bolt Throwers are really good into Lead Belchers because they only have 5,000 HP. They're really, really squishy. And on the retreat, nice. Uses the Scourge Runners to push them back. Lead Belchers are kind of scary versus Bolt Throwers, but their inaccuracy means that they don't really kill the entities very well. So Bolt Throwers can get a lot of damage in. Rakarth too. Absolute beast mode, just eating up them Ogres. Takes a little bit of damage from the Iron Fists, but he's pretty happy. Took out maybe a Lead Belcher model or something. And this one's gonna get routed off. Dark Elves have a pretty solid defense too, with the what's this, Cold One Night summons. Very nice. So overall, I'd say Dark Elves are pretty comfy. As long as these Bolt Throwers hold, and currently he still has all 8 entities while the Lead Belchers are down 1. Rakarth, though, a little bit of a sketchy situation, does disengage, so he's not gonna die. Standard fare. Players are not making massive misplays. Burning Head does drop. Gets some Pigback Riders. That's a high value target. But I'm a little worried about the Morinfang Cavalry. They are absolutely brutal to deal with. Lead Belchers did a pretty good volley on the Scourge Runner Chariots, but nothing's actually died yet for the Dark Elves. They haven't actually lost any entities for these high priority targets. So while it's getting a bit sus, until they get routed or die, it's still not bad. Could see a little bit of a retarget on these lead belchers. He actually kills them to the last over there. All right. Really doesn't like them. You don't want him to rally though, so kind of makes sense. And he does kill the Mournfang cavalry with Cold One Knights, making me regret not taking Cold One Knights earlier. Even catches out some Saber Tusk pack with a Cold One Knight counter charge. But his right flank is starting to collapse ever so slightly. His value lead's not amazing either. So it's definitely a little bit of a sketchy position for the Dark Elves. He's gonna need to really make use of these Scourge Runner chariots. He's done his job with the bolt throwers to rout off the lead belchers, but he's only routed off one. There's still two on us on separate flanks, and he's doing massive damage to this Dark Elf infantry line. Black Arc Coursers get charged by some Mournfang cavalry. Got that Manticore just chilling in there. Oh wait, no, that's a Dark Elf Manticore. No, yes, it's Dark Elf Manticore. I'm going crazy, but doesn't really care about it. Still has high HP Mournfang cavalry. Summons another unit of Cold One Knights. Trading's fairly even, but I really don't like this Dark Elf position. It's kind of just a big old blob fest that isn't really going their way. And we know the lead belchers will uptrade in the late game if they don't get rushed down by Dark Riders, but it doesn't really look like he has a lot of them. Summons one over here. Not really in a position to kill off the lead belchers. He's trying to defend his lines instead. So sussed out ever so slightly I am. Even the Cold One Knights, even though they got some pretty good charges and the passive, most of them are dying without getting their value back. This one did. These Mournfang cavalry great weapons just have so much bonus versus large. 61 melee attack here. It's brutal. So it looks like Potatoes Devil is opting to go for a big play. He wants to try and snipe the Lord and use that advantage to put him into a dominating position to rush down these lead belchers. In the time it takes to resummon the Lord, it could be a really big collapse of their lines. The Crushers could possibly get run down by cavalry, and that would be a good win condition. There's not a lot of Dark Elves left though, so he's gonna have to win this cost effectively. Rakarth does rout off the Slaughtermaster. He's getting Troll Guts, but he's gonna get run down by the Dark Riders. So mayhaps a comeback. However, at what cost? Scourge Runner Chariots suicided themselves in to disrupt the lead belchers to buy time for this fight to happen. And because of that, he's not gonna have the same skirmishing advantage to hard carry him in the late game that he usually would. In fact, Scourge Runners don't even seem like they're doing that much damage here. He will be able to chase off the Slaughtermaster though with the Dark Riders. But certainly a very sus situation, as one Scourge Runner gets killed by the Saber Tusks. You gotta remember though, Rakarth is still alive. Is that a Doom Bolt? No. It's a Soul Blight. Alright. Ah, no, he did get Doom Bolt in with Doomfire Warlocks. Alright. Doomfire Warlocks are not the greatest though versus these guys. They don't have armor piercing. These guys have 45 armor. I guess they are pretty tired. Oh, the Soul Blight too. Okay, I see. If he gets charged before the Soul Blight runs off, it's good, but it wears off, and that means that the Mournfang cavalry won't take that much damage from these Doomfire Warlocks. As far as I can tell, Doomfire Warlocks are much better spellcasters than they are melee cav. And while they do win their fight against the Crushers with the help of the Manticore, they lose half their HP, so that's still a 500 gold loss. Still a good pick overall, though. Well played indeed. Little worried for Rakarth, and the Lord does rally. I think he got saved by the Powder Guts. And that means Dark Elves are probably just going to run out of units now, right? I guess he does have two Doomfire Warlocks, and it's a very similar situation to before. So technically, all these Ogre units, if they get caught out like this, they will die to basically no losses to the cavalry. But summoned in units will be a huge problem to deal with. They're fresh, they're high on HP and leadership, and they can just kind of move into your cavalry and trade into them. So if Ulrich Rahl plays this well, it should be pretty sus, especially with the routing of the caster. These Doomfire Warlocks look like they will get surrounded by some Saber Tusks, but they are supported by Rakarth. It really is just going to depend on the Powder Guts then. If they kill Rakarth, it's completely over. They are firing. And with Rakarth going down, it looks like the Ogres again are going to be getting a dominating position. Doom Bolt doesn't do anything. And alright, I feel better about losing to Ogres as Dark Elves then. Another very close match. But the Ogre Kingdoms are just too brutal. Look at them powder guts. I'm willing to say this might even be a bad matchup for the Dark Elves. Because even though Bolt Throwers technically counter Lead Belchers, Ogre Kingdoms can just attack you, right? They can just march in and murder your face. Murder your face real hard. Rip a card. Oh, that looked like a rough fall, man. That looked like a real rough fall. Oh my gosh. Brutality. Yeah, there's nothing left. People gotta start banning his ogres, clearly. Ogres don't have a lot of counters either, so they actually are pretty good in this format. Seem like they're really good versus ranged heavy factions. Powder Guts with the mega value. 1400 and still kicking. Half ammunition. They could get another 1400 value potentially. Will they fire at the Doomfire Warlocks? It looks like one of them has been chosen for death. The Doom Bolt cometh. But most of them will live. It was this guy. He was chosen for death. Rip him. And Cavalry's coming in too. But Powder Guts are mean fighters, man. They got insane melee stats. Look at that. 62 melee defense. Crazy. Yeti's coming. The Greybacks. I still don't know how I feel about them, but the Terror has to be good. I really don't think the Cold One Dread Knights are the way against Ogres. I think they're a little bit too slow. I think you do actually want to go for Dark Rider spam. And okay, alright. Yeah, this is a Bolt Thrower summon. It's... If you're summoning a Bolt Thrower at this point in the game, at 1,100 tickets, there's no way. There's no way this is going to capture any points. Fun fact, Artillery Crew have 1 capture weight. I don't know why exactly. I feel like Artillery, you know, to actually park Artillery on a point, I feel like you deserve a little bit more capture weight. Apparently the game thinks otherwise. I feel like they should have 10,000 capture weight. If you're rolling up your artillery straight to the middle of the map, that's asserting dominance. But what do I know? What we got? Yeah, I don't like the Scourge Runners. Honestly, I don't really like the Bolt Thrower either. Ulrich Wall just crushing it with Ogres today. But will he win yet another game? How many heads can he take before he is stopped? You think Danican has a chance against him? Ulrich Wall's been on a roll, man. He's been on an absolute roll. I'm kind of terrified. Artillery Crew only build. Does anyone know what the capture weight of Goblin Hewer, of the Goblin Hewer is? Is it also 1? Or is it 5? I don't know. In theory, it should probably be 5, but it'd be pretty jokes if it was 1. What faction do you take into a good Ogres player? Vampire counts. Slaanesh. I think maybe Tomb Kings? I don't know about Tomb Kings. I actually don't really know the Ogre counters. I know Vampire counts and Slaanesh would be my picks. I don't think Wood Elves or Empire are good here, though. Although Potatoes Devil went for them. Let's see. I think one of the best melee factions. You thought Khorne? Khorne gets kited by Ogres. Ogres are a melee faction that can kite if they want to. The Powder Gut's a really hard carry, so not Khorne. I think all melee factions except for Vampire counts are off the table. Hard maybe on Tomb Kings. But I don't really know if that works out or not. Hard maybe on Lizardmen, actually. I think Charx's specific brand of Salamander Lizardmen works really well. He basically, yeah, you can go Lizardmen, just take a bunch of Salamanders, and as long as you keep them alive, you win. Dark Shard Mantide is okay. Ogres are just so good at rushing it down. Yeah, I wonder if Potatoes Devil, if he's just gonna keep playing versus Ogres. Like, did he ban any of the Ogre matchups? That would be pretty insane. He's just like, I want to play Dark Elves into Ogres, I want to play Empire into Ogres, and then Wood Elves into Ogres. That would be pretty bonkers. We've already seen Ulrich Wall crush the Wood Elves. I think if he's playing Empire into Ogres, it's likely we'll see a Mantiding. You can't really run War Wagons there. Having cannons, though, definitely helps. Actually, I think most cannon factions tend to do pretty well versus Ogres. Yeah, because their lead belchers will just die so fast. And the range is insane. You know, I think Grand Cathay is actually not the worst against them. Though, I think that one's more of an even matchup. Kislev has the Lil Groms. I think what you want is a cannon shooty faction. And then you just need enough capture weight. So like, Dwarves and Cathay don't have a great capture weight, so they might get outcapped. But they do have cannons. Empire, in theory, they'll do well. Anyways, I think Slaanesh is still broken. I stand by that point. I feel like everybody should still be playing Slaanesh. That was the one game that went super well for me. You guys know in any tournaments, I'm just gonna farm Slaanesh 24/7. Meaty Angler, you feel like greenskins are good into Ogres? In my book, greenskins have a lot of the right tools to contest Ogres, but I don't think it'd be a hard counter. I don't think greenskins ever, like, they don't really have like that oomph to kill off lead belchers fast enough. What's the name of the mod that gives units kill animation sync? I have no idea. He can use the Luminarch and Chaff build from the previous stream. That'd be sick. Yo, is Danican in the finals? Or is Berserk in the finals? It looks like they're still fighting. It appears they are still fighting. Very interesting. I feel like Danican beats Berserk, though. I feel like if you have a really good kite, you can beat Berserk. But the thing is, it's a best of 3, so you might not actually get to play as Dark Elves. I don't think he'd waste all 3 bans on the Dark Elves, though, but maybe he does. Danican doesn't have a lot of secondary factions. He might also play Nurgle. You never know. He could just throw it with Nurgle. It happens. Doom Divers cook lead belchers? Really? Okay. Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe next time I see ogres, I'll go greenskins. I haven't actually learned greenskins properly. There's a lot of missing information there for me. It's true, I might have lost my lord in that Slaanesh game. It's true. I think a lord loss would have been pretty brutal. Most of my infantry was still kind of crushing it though. But that would have been very bad indeed. Really though, you know, a lord loss is going to put you behind no matter what. The fact that I don't think my opponent really made any crazy misplays. He did let a lot of his skirmishers get caught early on, which kind of hurt him. But I feel like I made more misplays, and it felt like a pretty good win for me. That Slaanesh game. Yo, I can't wait for the Rage host. 1.5 hours, people, and then we have our next tournament. Should be very exciting. Looks like there'll be no downtime too. Hell yeah. Maybe I'll even do a double tournament tomorrow too. Spam double tourneys. Be good fun. Can get more of these requests done. Salamanders with an ancient salamander would be good. Ancient salamanders less good against ogres, but I think normal salamanders would be good. Even Bretonian trebuchets can do decent damage versus ogres. Okay, that I doubt a little bit more. Some of the elite ogres, though, yes. But they should just be able to rush you if you play Bretonia, right? Also nice. Okay, yeah, so it looks like it is going to be Empire versus ogres. They need to have a max 1 minute unit selection phase. I think unit selection is a big time sink. The thing is though, this format, it puts people in matchups that they might not be used to. The way Turin does it for some of his tournaments is like while people are selecting their units, he casts the matchup on the other side of the bracket. But we don't really have the luxury of that today because we're not casting all the games. So, yeah. Anyways, we're in. Mantide. Cannon. We're on Crystal Lake. Alright. He's starting with the Yetis. And Iron Guts. Okay, I feel like this is a better match for Empire. I feel pretty good for Empire right now. There's not a lot of ogres in the starting army. And there's not a lot of ways to shut down that cannon. You want to see games? You want to get the players into the games? I know Turin's talked about faster, you know, having like a limit for army building. It can get pretty extreme at times, but it's hard to really enforce. The only thing you can really do is just ask the players. Ask them to speed up a bit. But that's about it. Anyways, Ogre Kingdom's build. Very standard fare. Slaughtermaster has Troll Guts. For the Empire side, what we're looking at. Elspeth von Draken. Interesting that she has Death's Timekeeper. She's on a horse, so I don't really know why she needs a heal. How much damage does it do? Is it like a Spirit Leech? It's kind of like a lesser Spirit Leech. Okay. But is it actually... It's actually worth it? You pay like 200 gold for a lesser Spirit Leech? If you don't get the heal from it, I think it might not be worth. Fate of Buna is really interesting too. Okay. What's he gonna Buna? Mm-hmm.
That's Empire steel you hold in your hands.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We march to war.
Yeah, Buna into ogres is insane. Great haircut, thank you. You don't know though. The back of my head might have looked like that guy. So let's see. You guys think Empire is good into ogres? Potatoes Devil seems to think so. Zooming in on his butt. I was zooming in on his haircut. All right, here comes Elspeth. So she's looking for a lord this night, but he's in the trees. He's hiding, he's happy. This is your typical Empire Mantide. First cannonball comes out, kills 2 Noblars. The unluckiest, the most unlucky Noblars of the entire army. But somebody had to be hit. Elspeth getting that early capture. Same with the Reichsguard and Empire Knights. He doesn't have any hard counters to cavalry. He's gonna need to bring in the Mournfang, which we know he's been taking a lot of. Let's see. Second capture point for Empire. This is all just a time buying maneuver though. He wants to make sure ogres don't get capture points so that his cannons can get as much value as possible. Now we're targeting the Noblars. Cannonball incoming. Oh, clips one of them in the face. Oh, clips a few of them. Turns out being on your friend's shoulders does make you an easier target to hit. Their poor tiny shields was not enough to protect them. But this is just the early skirmish, right? Now, this will be interesting. Grundle's defenders in the forest, they have a physical resist buff for artillery and war machines. He's taken them literally just because they have more stats because they're chevron. Ogres charge into the spears, and in a forest fight, they have -7 melee attack. That's pretty vicious. But the charges certainly make up for it, as these guys are getting pretty brutalized. Soon as the charge wears off, though, they'll be slightly better off. Spearmen, unable to stop the Noblar tide. Empire cavalry, nope, Reichsguard, filling up the gap in that front. As the Empire Knights get a few charges. It's a nice little tussle. I'm a little worried about this cannon, though. It's about to get dived on by Noblars, and he doesn't exactly have the money to save it. So these Reichsguard will likely have to double back to save it. A 200 gold unit of Noblars distracting some Reichsguard is good too. Gets a Spirit Leech, gets some Royal Altdorf Griffites here. Even has, ooh, the Sterling's Revenge, Arawarde. This is an armor-piercing Free Company militia. Very, very nice, but yeah, Royal Altdorf Griffites, they don't really do well in the grind. Kind of getting massacred over here. Not the best of situations, not the best overall. Though technically value is in the lead for Empire. He's gonna get some Noblar picks over here. Might be able to fight the Iron Guts, but these guys are armor piercing. Ignore the anti-infantry, they're still good against cavalry. Armor piercing's a beast. And while this fight is definitely sus with the Reichsguard taking so much damage, it looks like they're going to rout off these guys. He Bunas the Iron Guts. Now that's a crazy play. How much damage is that doing? Okay, yeah, that was not a value Buna. Buna should be able to get you 500 gold value. Elspeth does not have 500 value. I think you should stick with Spirit Leeching the Lord, maybe. Although sometimes you just have to get a unit off the battlefield. Sterling's Revenge are getting kind of massacred though. His archer line in the backfield is being jumped by pigback riders too. And he did leave the hammer of the witches to die. All right. Opting to play with this cavalry in the distance, but they're not doing too well. Crushers are about to jump up. Absolute brutality. These crushers are huge. Holy crap. Has anyone actually looked at the size difference between crushers and cavalry? No wonder they crush them. Dude. Oh my god. The cavalry is like barely reaching his toes. They're massive. Holy crap. This is what you get when you zoom in. But yeah, things are pretty sus unless he can clean up over here. He's still losing out on his Royal Altar of Griffites. Remember, this guy does have heals. The Slaughtermaster. Cannon crew is gone. And as we know, these cavalry late games against ogres, he just spams Saber Tusk packs, right? Spirit leeching the Iron Guts, that's not gonna do anything. But yeah, we know how these late games play out. He just spams Saber Tusk packs to trade into your cavalry. Gets a few crushers in there. And then you can't do the mop up with your cavalry. You just can't. Empire Knights are dying in the trees. These guys don't have Strider, so I guess fair is fair, but I'm really not liking this position. This is looking like another swift ogre victory. Ulrich Wall really crushing it with the ogres today. Over yonder, he has picked apart a few Noblars, right? Value trading is still technically the way of the Empire, and he has a lot of spears here. And also what appears to be a triple cap situation coming on soon. This is very rare, I must say. It's very rare for the ogres to be on the offensive and not secure a triple cap. But by using his cavalry, he's managed to secure a good number of these points. Bulls have 5 capture weight, so they will capture this pretty quickly. Oh, but he doesn't go for it. Opting to trade. All right. Sketchy maneuver when he's apparently trading down. Still looks like he has a lot on the battlefield, but a little sus, right? This is a full-on Empire triple cap now. What a strange position to be in. He just wants to army wipe the Empire. Unit of Zintlers gets summoned on in, fighting with spears against the Crushers. No, it's normal Mournfang cavalry, great weapons. I believe these guys win, and if the Pigback Riders make contact, they give Disoriented, which is a massive debuff. Looks like they're gonna complete their charge. And there's a Disoriented. 22 seconds of minus 30 speed, massive. Gets the Dismember. Somehow the ogres, they scream at the skies and one of the Demogryph Knights just die. Such is magic. Gets a Death's Timekeeper on these guys. Does rout them. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a good start. Mournfang Cavalry don't have a lot of leadership or HP, so they're going to get walked off the map. But I believe this is just going to come down to trades. It's just going to come down to trades, and I think ogres are going to win. Because if they actually clear off the Empire forces here, they can really easily triple cap. Ogres have like what? What speed is this? They have a base speed 54 infantry with 5 capture weight. That's the fastest capture weight for 550 gold you've ever seen. It does not get better than that. So they don't really care as long as they've actually killed off these guys. Who cares about the tickets? And so far, Empire backfield is looking pretty ravaged. Without a source of terror, it's just going to be a little sus. Elspeth and not on a dragon. She gets really expensive on a dragon. She was taken just because he wanted the lore of death. And he didn't want to take a caster. But no terror means that these guys can just fight forever. Iron Guts even get a meat feast. Healing up massively. And you can really see the advantage of the ogres now, right? Full HP Yetis. Full HP Saber Tusk. Full HP Mournfang, Ogre Bulls, second Saber Tusk. Lord is doing fine. Against a ragged looking Zintler's Reichsguard. A raggedy Reichsguard, raggedy normal Reichsguard. 1 full HP Knights of the Black Rose. But that's it. And with the Yetis coming on in, I don't think ogres have to worry too much. Can he be stopped? All annihilating. Absolute annihilation nation. With the blood vultures even coming on in too. They're very fast, so they support really quickly. The only thing that could potentially end this madness is Danican. Danican, save us. Save us from this ogre massacre. Oh my god, the brutality. Death everywhere. Yeah, Empire is gone, man. Empire is massacred. He's summoning in more guns, but like, guns don't uptrade into a full ogre charge. The speed is way too high. 46, even when they're tired, you're gonna get one volley off, and then you're gonna get charged. Though that guy had a bad day. But yeah. Another Free Company militia cut. He's pushed them all the way to the white line. If this was a land battle, he'd be banned for white line camping. All right, that's how far back pushed he is. This is about as bad as it can be. Dismember on the Knights of Black Rose. He still has to capture the points. You still gotta get that triple cap for Ulrich Wall. Double cap is technically enough, but like, I guess he doesn't really need to, right? If you just table your opponent, it's fine. Fighting in the forest is kind of janky too. His spears just didn't do well in the forest. They just did not. And there we go, mass death. He summons in one Empire Knight. You think these guys will do it? Riding into battle. They're doing their best. Are those pigback riders? I think the normal Noblar riders. It's gonna be pretty rough for them. No. Oh, no, the pigback riders. And here comes the charge. And it gets completely stopped by literally two Noblars in a trench coat. Brutality. They have to disengage. Though the damage was not the worst. Oh, but the dismember. Dude, these army abilities. Oh my god. Oh, the humanity. Oh, look at that huge hit. And it's over. Let the bloodshed stop. This is too painful to witness. Actually insane though. Ulrich Wall really crushing it with the Ogre win rate today. Yetis with the mighty 2700. They did not die. Iron Guts were very good versus cavalry. And in the end, the spears. They didn't really do that much. Yeah, they paid for themselves a little bit, but they didn't really defend the archers. And the cavalry certainly did not do great. Brutal. I hope they add high health pigback riders in the DLC. Actually, most OP unit. There's only one man. There's only one man that can potentially stop this madness. But will it be Berserk or will it be Danican? I don't know. So far, it seems like ogres are absolutely insane, though. Like, they are doing so much work. I don't think we've seen a single ogre loss today. Literally, ogres have won every single match. Every single matchup that they come into contact with, they just win. It's all ogre now. All right. Danican versus Berserk. All right, let's get this underway. Danican might go to an ace match against Berserk. It's a very nice game, very nice game. Potatoes Devil, you did well. I think the matchups were not in your favor, though. So let's see, is there an ace match between Berserk and Danican we can cast? Okay, looks like they're in deployment. All right. So we get to chill for a little bit. Yeah, pigback riders really help ogres out. This is why I think you need the high DPS infantry to clear pigbacks. Pigbacks are strong, man. Pigbacks are insane. That's why I brought witch elves into them. Witch elves are great. Yeah, Rakarth is pretty fun. I think there's some work you can get done against the ogres, but it doesn't feel like it's a favored matchup for sure. I think best case scenario, I think you have an even matchup into ogres. If you're going Empire or Dark Elves. Because it's not like the Scourge Runners really did that much. And the Bolt Throwers can get rushed down. So it's kind of breaking even with what Lead Belchers bring to the table. I do think like a Witch Elf Bleak Sword rush can really run down ogres though. With just like a million Dark Riders. Anyways, we have like 10 minutes. Sit back, relax. Grenade Outriders since against the Noblars. I'm not the biggest fan of Grenade Outriders. Maybe one in reserve. Just in case they have no ranged. But like most ogre players are at least gonna have like a trapper or a flinger. And then the grenade launchers, they don't really do much once you run out of high priority Noblars, right? And you're not gonna get the ROR pigback riders. So at most you get like a normal Noblar or a pigback rider on the flank. When realistically you have to take out 2 entire pigback riders. And then who's defending your front line, right? Who's defending your back line? It's a little sus. Just a wee bit sus. Human pigback riding on a horse. So is that so they're riding on a horse, so it's 2 humans stacked on a horse. How high can we get the stack? Was there any unit in the game that's 3 units stacked on top of each other? I guess Nurglings. Nurgle has truly mastered the stacking. All right, here we go. A giant spider. Well, a giant spider doesn't have like, it just has normal gobos on it, right? Great Unglean 1 pigback riders. The menacingness of it all. Kugat's chair is held up by at least 2 layers of Nurglings. Actually, isn't it just 1? So that would make Kugath a Nurgling pigback rider. Just a normal pigback rider. Not competing today? Oof, that hurts. No, we got knocked out by Ulrich Wall, who's been crushing it. I'll be playing in a tournament in 1 hour, though. In 1 singular hour. How many signups do we have for it? So far, 6. I don't mind fewer signups, though. Because it means that the tournament won't last super duper long. I don't want to be stuck in the tournament for a while. Goblins. Tourney starting in 1 hour. In 1 hour. If the current tourney lasts longer than that, I might delay by 15 minutes. All that. Can redeem myself. If we get 8 signups, then I realistically only need to well, yeah, if I get 8 signups, that's enough to get 6 games in. That's pretty worth. Everyone sign up, then he has to stream forever. How many signups would we need for me to stream for 10 hours? A pretty ludicrous number of signups, right? I think even if literally everyone watching right now signs up, it still wouldn't be a 10-hour tournament. Unless some people really stall for a long time. Alright, we're gonna see some action. Just AFK during army selection. Start idling. If we get enough vampire count players, we might reach it. Quickly, everybody, get your lag switches. Oh, how I wish we could have dedicated servers. I don't think CA is ever gonna give us dedicated servers, though. If they didn't give us dedicated servers after the golden age of Warhammer 2, they have no reason in the current collapse of Warhammer 3. Not a full collapse, but it ain't Warhammer 2, man. Warhammer 2 is crazy. For Total War 40k, please. I don't think they're gonna do it. Warhammer 40k multiplayer could pop off. It could go ham. Turin can be hosting events with $500 prize pools every month. We wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. I'm calling it now. If they didn't do it for Warhammer 2, they ain't doing it for Warhammer 40k. I'm ready to eat my words, though. I'm happy to eat my words, but there's no way. There's a thing about nobody plays multiplayer. That's a very common thing that people say. But enough people watch multiplayer where I think it would be worth it. It's a pretty good viewing scene. A lot of people watch multiplayer. Especially during the golden age. You know, like thousands of viewers for like the turn streams, big prize pools. CF hosted their own multiplayer tournaments too, and they still didn't feel the need to add dedicated servers. That's a bad sign. Outside, we'll probably never get another Warhammer Fantasy game. There's always the next big thing on the horizon. We'll see where life brings us. You've been dying for an Elder Scrolls-esque Warhammer Fantasy RPG? Ooh. You're drawn to watching Total War multiplayer more than any other game? It's a nice niche. Yeah. Honestly, it's for a lot of things, right? There's like way more people that play soccer or football than people that actually... I mean, there's way more people that watch football and soccer than people who play football and soccer, right? Like, this is how sports work, right? You know? It's just... That's just how it works. So you don't actually need a lot of people for some good entertainment. Like if you look at I don't know, Smash tournaments or whatever, right? It's not like there's like a huge list of big names, right? Or like even StarCraft, right? Like it's like somebody name me the 10th best StarCraft player, right? 10th best StarCraft 2 player. StarCraft apparently is a pretty big scene still, right? You know, at least enough to get some pretty nice tournaments going. You know, people have won millions of dollars playing StarCraft. Well, who's the 10th best? Nobody knows, right? All you really need are 10 good players, and that's enough entertainment to go around. Obviously, you know, you need like a good rotation and all that, but like the point still stands. And the onboarding to watch multiplayer is playing single player too. That's the most important thing. Because I think if you enjoy single player, you can pretty easily enjoy multiplayer. Oh, Berserk won. Dang. Jeez. Make sure to pick armies relatively fast, since we're aiming to finish in the next hour. Rough metric is max 10-minute army making time. Since we're trying to finish in 1 hour, try to keep army building phase to 10 minutes. All right, that should do. Should be good enough. Sounds good. All right, they're doing faction selection. This is gonna be Ulrich Rahl versus VM's Berserk. Very spooky indeed. So this is rush player versus rush player. I'm real interested to see how this goes. Yo, Turin always hyping me up. I swear, the Mad Lad hypes me up way too much. He hypes me up way too much, man. Turin goes ham. I don't know how to handle it. I feel he hypes me up as much as he did Falcon back in the day, but Falcon had like an 80% win rate versus top players. Falcon felt like a brick wall to play against. It was terrifying. And he memed. Don't forget, Falcon liked to meme. Crazy double dragon shenanigans. And he hated cheese. He hated cheesing. He's a very straightforward, upfront player. Me, on the other hand, I meme. But I don't have an 80% win rate while memeing. Your PC broke yesterday, but now you have an excuse to upgrade your PC? Hell yeah. Are you gonna build your own PC? You generally save money when you do that. All scenes benefit from someone hyping up people from time to time. The pressure is intense though. I really want to maintain my top position. Now that I've had 2 back-to-back, I really want to be... I want to be like the top dog by a large margin. Is that too much to ask for? Come on. Okay, it's kind of silly, but it's kind of my brand. I could side grade, but it's so fun. It's so fun being top dog. I just gotta practice way more though. More 8-hour tournament streams, clearly. You aim for the king, you best not miss. Instantly I lose my lord. Oh boy. Was the hour between matches over yet? Well, we were waiting for Danican and Berserk to play their match. They went on to the ace match. These guys have a 10-minute picking time for their army selection. So grab yourself a drink. But next match should be starting soon. Do you have a great rival? It changes from month to month. When I first came back, it was Boss Toss. Then it was Charix. And then it was Danican. Those were my big rivals in the current scene. In the previous scenes, kind of a toss-up. It's kind of a toss-up. I don't think there were any huge names that I was like truly rivaling. Yo, how much would it cost to have a community funded dedicated server? Can we just have one dedicated server? Is that possible? I feel like, oh my gosh, Void. I feel like how much would it possibly cost? We can all chip in, right? So whoever's hosting the tournament that day can hand over that dedicated server, right? That's how it works. I did comp sci. You know, they ship it to the person's house, they run the tournament, everything's fine. Come on. It's like what, 20 bucks? But yeah, I think the tech is not there, right? Like the programming is not there. I think it's hard programmed to just be peer-to-peer. Yeah, the engine can't do it. I'm aware. I'm aware. At best, we can VPN into the same machine and play locally. Yeah. Too jank. Too jank. Oh. Rip. Rip. You know what? Yeah, let's just have a LAN tournament. We'll host Warhammer Total War's first LAN tournament. I'll fly all the competitors in. We can meet them. Shake hands. Don't forget security. Servers can be attacked. Ugh. Logistics. Okay, yeah. Easiest solution is just fly people in. You literally can't even cheat. You can see the monitors. How much would that cost? Surely not that much. So I just gotta answer back something real quick. Ooh, Beastmen versus Grand Cathay. Oh, hell yeah. Gotta do some back and forth messaging. 1 second. More messaging. It's fine. We're waiting for these guys anyways. All right. Oh, what the crap? You're kidding me. Is Berserk actually gonna play dwarves? Is this the finals? Yeah, this is the finals. Grand final time. Bossavang. Bossavang, thank you very much for the prime sub. 15 months, holy crap. Dang. Alright, messaging is done. So are they actually gonna play dwarves versus beastmen? I believe the dwarves are going to be massacred. The Golden Crawl crushes this year. But I don't know, we'll see. Also, yeah, if 40k uses the same engine as Warhammer 3, 0% chance that we get servers. And they haven't changed the engine since like Shogun, really. Like, they haven't changed that much, right? As far as I can tell. Okay, maybe they have changed the engine, but like, it's been like... There hasn't been that many crazy changes, as far as I can tell. So, skeptical. The new organ gun tech. Organ gun maxing. All right. Adminning is done. So now we wait and see. Hopefully this is not like an ultra long game. The next tournament is... If it starts in 30 minutes, I might move it up. I might need to move it up a little bit. Because the next tournament is... It's coming up. It's coming up in 30 minutes. I think the sooner I move it up, the better it is for most people. Since they'll have time to actually react to the schedule change. All right. Single elimination. Oh, good thing I'm moving it up too. It was set to be a Swiss tournament. That would have been silly. That would have been very silly. Okay, single elim. I'm gonna push it up to gonna push it up 15 minutes. So 17:45. There we go. All right. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, so beastmen has historically been a hard counter to dwarves. Historically speaking, beastmen dumpster dwarves because they got chariots. They got high armor piercing infantry. They have a lot of chaff to jump onto the ranged. They can fight dwarven foot characters. And in this case, they have Purple Sun too, which was a Warhammer 2 classic against dwarves. Does less damage now, but still pretty spooky. The dwarves, they have cheese. You think in Warhammer 2? You think you could do this in Warhammer 2? Impossible. So maybe the change is here. The new age has arrived. Look at those guys, ready to blast. Ready to start blasting. What are these? Brimstone gyrocopters. Normal gyros. Brimstones have a -8 leadership contact effect on their range attacks. I see. Alright. We have Doom Seekers. And what the dwarves are going to want to do here, they're gonna want to just uptrade and abuse the fact that the beastmen don't really have enough range to kill the flyers. Now, he activate the thruster? No. But yeah, the beastmen on the other hand want to minimize the damage that they take and win via capture points. Either that, or they get close enough where their axe throwers can kill the thunder barge, but they're gonna need more ranged units to do that. Harpies would be a bad idea versus thunder barge, great idea versus gyrocopters. As beastmen, you gotta take some harpies. But yeah, we'll see. This guy has spirit leech, can do okay versus gyrocopters. Ulrich Rawl. Oh my gosh. Yep, there we go. Another brimstone gun. Bomb drops away. No bomb drops. So he's shooting a couple steam shots. Gets bomb drop number 1. Bomb drop number 2. On an Ungor herd though, so that's only like 200 gold worth of damage. Almost on the dot. Does get 1 gyrocopter, spirit leech, and axe thrower. That's actually real painful. Those axe throwers do armor piercing damage. So the 100 armor doesn't really help there. But the thunder barge has arrived. Now this thing has a variety of attacks. It has shotguns on its main ship. It has a spear harpoon launcher to kill single entities. And it also has a bomb drop that automatically goes off when units are directly underneath it. Very often you do not camp underneath the thunder barge though, so that's not a huge impactor. Slowly going over this little pillar here. Doing its best. And overall, beastmen have 2 capture points. Now, will they be able to kill off the dwarven ground game? That's the big question, right? I am mildly skeptical. Well, actually, no, I'm not that skeptical. They got 2 chariots. They should be able to just rush them down, right? This gyrocopter gets another spirit leech. They haven't lost entities yet, but as soon as they start dying, might need 1 more spirit leech to get the job done. But as soon as they start dying, it's good. Just reduces their damage dramatically. Chariots are doing work against dwarf warriors, even though they are braced. The beastmen are on the way to capture another point. However, the beastmen don't have that many units. Opting to fight the air game with the manticore summon is good, though. These are not these are not gyro bombers, so they don't really kill manticores very effectively. And there's no ground guns to really shoot at it either. And to summon ground guns is to invite more chariot action. I don't think our beastman player really wants that. But will he be able to capture the point? Bit of a misplay. Loses 1 Wargore to the Demon Slayer and the Thane. Loses him a lot of capture weight. Manticore is in there though. But the gyrocopters are still holding, still getting a lot of damage. And trading is happening fairly quickly. Oh, the humanity. Ungor get blasted. But trading's going by pretty fast. They're both hurting each other a lot. But you don't want to get army wiped here as the beastmen. Because the moment air supremacy starts kicking in, you're just gonna never be able to really secure the battlefield ever again. Of course, gyrocopter's doing a decent job. Wargore is really trying to kill their lord. I don't think, based off the last Wargore, I don't think he's gonna do it though. This is a Demon Slayer too, he's unbreakable. He takes a lot of damage, however. And maybe with the help of the Manticore it'll work. Oh my god, wait, no. He might kill him, that would be huge. But it seems like the Wargore does rout. And until this guy drops to 0 HP, he's gonna be a menace here. Providing leadership and everything for the entirety of the battle. Over yonder, we have what? We got some Gore Herd. Got some Ungors. They're trying to capture the point, but they do not have any capture weight to speak of. They're gonna need the chariots to really help out with that. He's tried getting a little bit of damage on the Thunder Barge too, but quarter HP damage is nowhere close to actually killing the thing. So I'm a little bit skeptical there. I'm also really surprised by the overall lack of harpies. I feel like they would have been really good for chasing down these guys. Maybe there was a bit of a miscalculation. and he only had one Harpy and one Manticore. But I feel like they could have gotten a lot of work done. Oh, 2 Manticores, okay. Slayers rout him off, though. And a double cap is still maintained. However, all the anti-air has help with the trading. Only 700 gold down is not the end of the world, as long as he can actually secure these points. A little bit worried by the massive routing here. This guy lives at 173 HP. Fights off the Manticore, though it does rally. But he is in Lord sniping range, right? It takes 1 Spirit Leech to kill him. Now, where's the Beastmen Lord? Did they die to the Thunder Barge or something? I totally missed the Beastmen. Is he dead? Yes, he fled. I wonder if he got shot by the Thunder Barge. I think I totally missed it. Beastman Bray Shaman on the run. Yeah, I guess he got caught up somewhere. He got routed. A little unfortunate. Flying squad is here though. And dwarves may lose air dominance now, right? Manticores are here. Harpies are killing it. Will he get the point? Looks like barely. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh my god. Whoa, that was close. How much capture weight did these guys have? 4.2? Holy crap, that was close. That might have saved the Beastmen the entire game. If this ends up being a close match, I just saved them so many tickets. Holy moly. That's like at least 50 tickets. At the very least, could very much be more. I guess they would have recaptured anyways with these 2 guys, but would have taken a while if they captured it, right? So just look at how long it takes them to bring that back down. And that's how many tickets they would have saved. Okay, maybe only closer to 50 tickets. Still important though for this battle. If it comes down to like a 1-minute timer to end the game, it matters a lot. Thunder Barge is on this point, but not a lot of capture weight is really here to support it. And with a Gore Herd and a Pestigore, it's a little sus. Demon Slayer. Gonna be trying to survive. Trying to die, maybe. He's just standing there menacingly. All right. Just yelling over that destroyed chariot. Still barely alive, but the rest of the Dwarven army is having a bit of a hard time. He's now decided to commit Harpies to the Thunder Barge, which can be very sus. Usually you need like 3 Furies to effectively kill a Thunder Barge. Harpies don't have the same damage that Furies do. And yeah, it really shows. This thing doesn't cause fear or terror though. So at least they're not gonna rout. And with Manticores, maybe? They do have shotguns on the side. Ouch. Oh. Ooh. Manticore takes a pretty nasty hit. Takes another pretty nasty volley from the Thunder Barge. You gotta be pretty careful here. It does shoot back. And with shotguns, it hurts quite a bit. Opting for a Spirit Leech on the Thunder Barge. It's gonna take out about 10% of its remaining HP. Not very impressive. And I don't know how I feel about this Thunder Barge play. If he does kill it though, it's absolutely worth it. But I don't know. It's a toss-up. A lot of these guns are still shooting. Harpies are taking damage from them. And then like this Brimstone gun, I feel like he should have gone for first. Because yeah, Harpies just got routed. Thunder Barge lives. Mini misplay for the Beastmen, but they still have 2 capture points and they will win soon on a single capture point. And that would be certainly very comfortable for them. Because the Dwarves only have a little bit of capture weight on the field right now. And of course, chariots can always be resummoned. This great Bray Shaman, right? He can bully a bunch of fools. Gets a Spirit Leech on the Brimstone gun. That should be enough to finish them off, even with their mighty 35% magic resist. Oh man, Dwarves got that leadership. They do die though and get routed. Thane will go down. And now it's the battle of the capture weight. He brings in a Centaur. He really wants to kill that Thunder Barge, right? Really wants to kill it. Huge volley from the Axe Thors gets right through its armor. And the barrage from the Brimstone guns actually doesn't do that much. Brimstone guns, the more there to help rout. Manticore is gone though. And the Axe Thors do give them a little bit of respect, pulling back, but Very nearly now. Very nearly. Beastmen only need 1 capture point to win. Purple Sun devastates the miners, and they get terror routed by the Manticore. Same with the gyrocopters. It's just a unit of Slayers left. That's a very good position for the Beastmen, but they have to maintain the points just long enough to get to that 1-point victory condition, because as soon as they do that, they can use their mobility to their advantage. Somehow, some way, this guy's still alive. He's not even hiding. He's just sitting around at 78 HP, waiting for something to dive him so he can use his glorious death, cannot die ability. He's saving his death for a more glorious situation, I guess. This point does get captured by Thane and a couple real injured Slayers. Yo, is he gonna kill him? It's just, there we go. That's a pretty inglorious death. Oh my god, that's sad. Giant skull hand just murdering him. He should have stuck in battle. What an inglorious death. Death by magic. Oh my god, his ancestors would not be happy about that. Know what else is pretty bad? This gyro, this Thunderbarge 9. It's at silver chevrons now, but that only increases the reload skill by a bit and its leadership. Not really that important. Chariots will be able to stop this point from getting captured, so we're not worried there for the Beastmen. And the Axors eventually. Slowly but surely. They take the beast down. And there it goes. Right on top of all those Slayers. Does it do damage when it falls like that? I can't tell. I can't tell. Well, it looks like the Slayers made it out of there just fine. Thunderbarge down. Thunderbarge down. Manticore still crushing the gyrocopters. And it looks like the axe throwers were indeed enough. The axe throwers were enough. He captures the far point. And even though there are more gyrocopters, I think Beastmen can recapture the points and win by tickets. Sketchy match, sketchy match. I feel like if you go for that air game, you need gyro bombers. So he went for brimstone guns and normal gyrocopters, which is better for clearing out infantry. But he wasn't actually able to secure air dominance, right? 1 Manticore was all he needed. All Ulrich Wall needed to rout these guys off. So I don't know, man. I feel like to kill Manticores, yeah, you gotta focus fire them. It doesn't mean you'll have less on the ground, but losing that Thunderbarge is just a little too rough, right? Yeah, Berserker looking pretty cooked. Thane's even routed. He's gonna recapture his home point. He only needs 213 more tickets. Only a few more minutes. And Beastmen are very good at stalling. Point does get captured by the Doomseekers, though. They don't have more than 5 capture weight. It's only the giant Slayers and the Hammerers that can do that. But he's trading points for points. This is why having enough tickets is so important. You can focus on 1 point and your opponent has to split the army up in 2. Even gets a rout here on these miners. Pestigors are pretty happy. Pretty happy about that. Looks like this point's going down too. Gyrocopter's doing their best. This point is very well secured too. Yo, Manticores, how did they do this game? 1600. Wow. Wowza. Yeah, you can't. If you don't have a Manticore counter, you're just dead, right? And those flamethrowers really don't do that much, do they? GG. Ulrich Roll. He's kinda crushing face. What a terrifying man. Ulrich Roll on his A game today. He's defeated the dwarves. Thunderbarge got 5,000 value though. You can't say it did not get value. Honestly, maybe you just don't even run the gyrocopters. Just run only the Thunderbarge. What's the worst that can happen? They just kill your whole ground army. Thunderbarge certainly good at getting value. Many of his gyrocopters ended up getting shut down though, which is the big problem. Ulrich Wall was ready for it. He did kill that Slayer Lord. Double Wargore was okay. I wasn't particularly impressed with them. But they're there to counter Thanes. Ah, he had 4 dogs. So he was really safe for capture weight in the late game then. Doggos would have done so well there. Alrighty. See if Ulrich Wall wins this next one, I don't have to delay the next tournament very much. Thunder Barge does do damage when it falls, like dragons and other types of units, but it's not a lot of damage. Okay. Yeah, Manticore did not get dumpstered. Manticores are pretty good. It was more so the Axe Thors that killed the Thunder Barge, though. Mostly them axes. So what's the next matchup then? What are we gonna see? Why do we wait for so long to just see unwinnable matchups? Well, it's not unwinnable. But someone has to win. I think that game was, I think in that particular situation, the beastmen were just very ready for that build. It's kind of what happens when you go for the cheese. But what will be the next match? Is Berserk going to mix it up again? Is he going to try and go for a crazy match? I can't believe he has dwarves here. It must have been a counterpick to the Ogre Kingdoms. So Ulrich Wall almost always goes for the Ogies, right? Demon Slayer did get his wish. I don't know, man. Getting Spirit Leech to death. But I guess he did die, though. Partial victory, always. But yeah, so we know one of their factions is Beastmen and Berserk for both sides. Ogre Kingdoms for Ulrich Wall has to be a thing. So what, is it like corn or something? Grand Cathay? Okay, Berserk's trying to learn a different playstyle. That's what he's doing. What a mad lad. Alright. So what, is it going to be Grand Cathay versus Beastmen? Is Ulrich Wall going to close it out with a double Beastmen win? Certainly terrifying. Certainly very terrifying. I'm always surprised at how much value that Thunder Barge gets, though. It's kind of the same with the Sky Junks. Thunder Barge is basically 3 Sky Junks glued together in terms of the value that it can get. That's more or less it. It's quite good. Sent 5 Manticores versus a Thunder Barge, but that was pre-nerf perhaps. They didn't nerf its damage though. They just made it more expensive. I think if you send Manticores against it, it can't just be Manticores. Because the Manticores did kind of get cooked. It was more the Axe Thors that actually took it down. The Manticores just kind of helped a little bit. So, you might be right. I think it is Grand Cathay versus Beastmen. Alright. Now, based on how the last game went, I'm a little worried for Berserk. Turn recently cast a game where the Barge got 10k value and the Dwarves still lost. Wow. That's crazy, man. So it paid for itself halfway through the game. And it still wasn't enough. Really goes to show though, if you could just take more thunder barges. If you could just take more thunder barges, then you would totally win it, right? Thunder barge is a land ship strapped to a sky junk. Ooh, I like that. Its range isn't that big though, but it's decently fast. It can usually get its shooting done. I think the thunder barge would be OP on other factions too. I think the threat of a thunder barge would be so good on so many other factions. Imagine a thunder barge on Tzeentch. Holy crap, that would be annoying to deal with. How would you kill a thunder barge on Tzeentch if you were playing like Slaanesh? You just lose, right? It's just over. You know what? That's how you nerf Slaanesh. Give everyone a thunder barge. Yeah, if you have two thunder barges, you get 2k value off of them. That's like the whole army. Easy victory. It's why I feel like the thunder barge double gyro bomber is the way to go. It's very spooky. You can heal them too. You can actually heal them with Malachi. Oh my goodness. The wombo combo. If the changeling could turn into a thunder barge, yes. I don't think even the changeling has the magic to become an airship. But technically, he could become Astrogoth, who is like 50% mechanical. If the changeling can become Astrogoth, why can't he become a thunder barge? Now I'm really wondering. I wish Greenskin super unit was as good as the thunder barge. Feels bad, man. Greenskin, well, what? You want the rogue idol? You want OP rogue idol? Yeah, Ulrich Wall is a rush player through and through. Ogres and beastmen against Grandest Cathay. Grand Cathay will have to cook pretty hard here. Could he become all the dwarves that man a thunder barge? It's been shown that the changeling can turn into 3 things at the same time. He can become both Sisters of Twilight and their eagle. So in theory, yes, he should be able to also become all the dwarves that man the thunder barge. And potentially the thunder barge too, who knows? If it was a legendary lord. Maybe. He can become a, what's it, tic-tac-toe and the flying mount? Is that? The ways of Tzeentch, strange indeed, truly. Alright, let's see this. So it seems like this tournament goes about 1.5 hours longer than your usual tournaments. I might do some adjustments. The one that we're playing in 25 minutes. That one should be a little bit more chill. Should be a little bit more straightforward. Because we'll have one less round that needs playing. And hopefully the people playing have also played the format before, so it's not too confusing. Can't he turn into Kugath? Oh yeah, that's like the maximum number of things that the changeling can become, right? If he can become Kugath, then yeah, he has like at least like 50 Nurglings that he can become. You get a haircut? I got a haircut. I got short hair, I'm bald. Looks really nice. Thank you. You see, Danny, that's the thing about Thunder Barges. They can't land. I think the Thunder Barge actually in lore needs a tower, right? I think it has a hard time just landing on normal ground, right? At least it launches from a tower. So, I mean, it's uncorruptible by Slaanesh. Alright, here we go. I'm kind of hoping that Ulrich Wall wins here, just so that my next tournament starts in time. The Rage tourney, Rage hosting. Yeah, I think they use ladders. Be cool if flying units could board the Thunder Barge. Oh boy. Make it where anything can board the Thunder Barge. Everyone just starts pulling ladders out. Alright. Ulrich Wall is up 1 game. This is the finals. They're playing for all the cookies. It's gonna be Ulrich versus Berserk. As you can see, triple Centaur. Lots of spears. Ungor to the horizon. Minotaur. Double foot Wargore again. What is with this guy and Wargores? They have... Okay, alright. They have 70 melee attack versus infantry. That's actually quite a bit. If they eat a final transmutation, though, it's over. Grand Cathay has opted for the Sky Junk, Infantry Corps of Spears, Nangao Grenadiers. Whew. Alright, Berserk. Berserk's having fun today. He got... We've all been there. Alright. I've been there. Karabthir's been there. The corruption of Cathay runs very deep. So, he brought double Gate Master. Alright. Dragon's Breath, Jade Shield, Sky Junk. Yeah, okay. So, he's gonna try and kite his opponent. Now, Gate Masters really suck. They do so little damage. I don't know if they'll actually do anything in this battle. They are a huge cost sink, which is why he's stuck with, yeah, mostly Peasant Horsemen. Only 1 Jade Lancer. And the ambush is already coming on it. So, wow. Lots of damage from the Axlors. Lots and lots of damage. Beastmen get that early capturing, as they are wont to do. Oh. Nope. Oh. And it gets captured. Barely. Barely captured. I'm surprised he didn't take the melee fight. These are Peasant Horsemen. Unharmonied. I feel like the Centaurs here have way better stats, but if you actually take a look, their stats are reasonably similar. I did not realize. Wow, Centaur throwing axes have terrible stats. Wowza. Alright. So be it. Ulrich Wall knows his units better than I. But already, a lot of skirmishing's been done on these horsemen. It's almost 300 gold down the drain just from some skirmishing. What is this? Ah, Malagor fighting the Blood Dragon Lord. She doesn't have a slow, so she'll never catch him. He has 121 speed. Malagor is a speed demon. We are seeing a big cav surround on the Centaurs too. Are they going to die though? Pulls towards the enemy infantry as a way out, but there's still more Peasant Horsemen. However, Butchers of Kalkengard in the back. Ooh, massive hit. Of course, the Sky Junk gets a little bit of value, but that's a terror route right off the bat. And nice. Okay, there we go. So that's his out. Celestial Line is exactly what he needs versus Beastmen. This thing gives terror. It's a good fighter. And has Fearsome Roar. -8 leadership, removes ITP. A massive, massive leadership debuff on any little blob that he may want to dive in on. But Cathay is triple capped. They are triple caps, the time is of the essence, and most of their spears aren't going to do super well. Empress Croman gets summoned on in. as a means to trade a little bit faster. They're already doing quite well. But will it be fast enough? Malagor is getting hunted, man. He's not having a good time. Despite his speed, this Shugengen... No, actually, it's going the other way around. Alright, the chaser becomes the chased. Oh, that's a lot of damage. She's kind of suffering. And Cathay does get a second, does get the first capture point, but... will it be fast enough? The double Wargore here has a lot of capture weight. This little glob of units, though, is definitely quite fearsome. Flock of Dooms can be dropped. There it is. Pretty big one. Hits most of the cavalry. Is that an overcast? No, just a normal one. But if Malagor dies here, I think that would be a way to lose the game. Oh, that cav charge into the crowman. Ouch. Ooh. Ooh, that hurts. Pretty big hit. Cavalry are going through the forest. Whiffs the breath attack. Gets his lord charge too. Looks like Malagor is going to be able to survive here. So it looks like that area stabilized just a little bit with Malagor on the retreat. I think he's stuck in landed mode right now. He needs to fly back up. But the peasant spearmen don't have any harmony, so they are kind of dying slowly but surely. The Nangao Grenadiers, best unit in the game, got 61 value. You love to see it. Truly a fearsome unit that was added in the last couple patches. And let's take a look at these Gate Masters. 400 value on one is not bad. 300 on the other one is okay. I'd say they're doing all right. They're doing all right. These guys cost like, what, 800 goldish? So by the end of the battle, they will have gone their value back. They trade rather slowly, though, so until then, Beastmen will have a slight advantage. Malagor does live. He's still walking, though. Don't know why he's doing walking Malagor. He's got no speed on the ground. Even though it says he's mighty fast. That's his air speed. And he's just gonna get charged again. Now, there is cavalry to save him, though. Is it just bait? Was it bait the whole time? Blood Dragon Shugengen Lord gets completely surrounded. Gives herself a Jade Shield and a breath attack. But she's still pretty surrounded. It's not the prettiest situation. This could be a big loss for Cathay. Though their infantry lines are doing not bad. Bomber even gets a couple volleys off. Wow, 100 gold per volley. Jeez. Massive damage. But here's the thing. Corngors are in, right? So unless Malagor dies here, it's definitely way worse to lose a Shugengen Lord than it is to lose Malagor. He tries to save it with the bombardment. Gets that minus leadership from hit by artillery. That's minus 10. So that actually gets those guys pretty beat up. But his Lord's super low now. At 150 life, he routs. Gets charged once again. He's looking for the death blow. Because as soon as she's down, the crowmen will disintegrate. No more harmony, and it could be real bad for the glorious Grand Cathay player Berserk here. As he loses his peasant long spearman, his lord is dead, but Malagor is also on the run, and a celestial line is looking to escort this guy off. But will it be enough? Will it be enough? That was pretty massive losses all around. And the Beastmen have won with their Wargores. They still have a double cap. And I don't think there's a lot that can deal with Wargores. Yeah, there's a celestial line. The rest is just Crowmen and Jade Lancers, right? And this line's kind of getting peppered. If he takes too much damage from these Centaurs, Berserk is going to have essentially no units left. You can see the trading is still fairly close too. And Gate Masters just haven't really done much, right? Okay, yeah, they get a little bit of poking, but what have they actually done on this battlefield? Not that much. Yeah, 10,000 IQ bait. He routes off the map slower because he's on foot. MLG plays, holy crap. Yeah, Malagor doesn't actually route as fast. So he's gonna be sticking around. He gets a hit with the Manticore on the line. Malagor, he's marching. He's thinking about it. Gate Masters are probably gonna die. He's still in no way going to be able to capture these points anytime soon. Is he gonna rally? Minus 6 leadership still. Damage sustained is too high. He's not gonna rally. Even though it looks like there might be a sliver of leadership there. He needs units nearby him. But he's taken half HP off the Celestial Lion now. That's very bad. That's a doozy. Oh, and another hit. Oof. He needs that lion to be at high HP to kill off the rest of these fools. He will be able to rout off the manticore though. Is the manticore also trying to land? Okay, no, it goes back into the air. Over here, manticore is fighting the sky junk. It's no thunder barge. And the middle point is getting contested. Now with double wargore, I think beastmen have it. Barely not. But that's not really moving. So he does kill off the manticore, but he still has the skirmish cavalry to deal with. And he's about to lose both of his gate masters. Both of which have not done anything this battle. I am thoroughly disappointed by the gate masters. I feel like 2 more Jade Lancers could have helped out so much more. But how could he have known? How could he have known? Skyjunk's even dying to the manticore. That's real bad. He needs some chromin on that stat. This thing is his only out. Without that Skyjunk getting massive amounts of value, he's gonna fall very far behind. He's already lost a lot of D-summon value on it. And with both gate masters down, it's looking a little sus. Beastmen do win on a single capture point, which means Grand Cathay essentially has to play for an army wipe. Now they have time. Grand Cathay has about 5 minutes to army wipe the Beastmen to pull out a win. That is a lot of time. This battle's only gone on for 8 minutes 40 seconds. But with the double cap, that goes on to 2.5 minutes. Not a lot of time. And that is a double cap. Point back home is secured. And it looks like the Beastmen are actually on their way to army wiping Cathay. Killing off their Lord was painful. Actually had to save up just to resummon his Shugengen Lord. Brutality indeed. What are we looking at here? Middle point is held, but can he really re-secure these points? Looks like the Celestial Lion will be able to take this one. He has 5 minutes. He has 5 minutes to clear this point and make his way down there. I don't have to tell you that this is kind of a large distance to have to cover for Grand Cathay at 26 speed on Tired Peasant Spearman. But they will get there eventually. Maybe with 1 minute to spare. But he's going to have to capture this point, and he's going to have to capture the middle. Which, as it stands, the Beastmen are absolutely running over. Centaurs are fast, nimble. They get there real quick after securing the home point. Artillery piece, friendly fires too. That's brutal. And the Celestial Lion is going to have to get a lot of work done. There's a Jade Shield at least. So we're going to see these horsemen, these Jade Lancers, do a little bit better. But that's not going to save them against a Butchers of Kalkengard charge. And it's already gone, man. It's Jade Shield does not last very long. So they're just dying now. It saved them maybe 1,000 HP. It's nothing too crazy, though. Manticore dies. Both lords are back. Round 2. Melgor is on the ground again. Oh, my goodness. That's hilarious. History repeats. Oh my god. He's not falling for it this time. He's like, screw you, man. Screw you and your landed Malagor. Oh my gosh. He just flies into the Wargors instead. Anyway, Skyjunk's routing. That's pretty bad. That's 1,500 gold off the battlefield. It got 1,700 value. 200 up in value, but over the course of 10 minutes is pretty sus. I'd say it didn't really pay for itself this battle. Although it did get some Manticores to suicide themselves. Holy flock of doom, though. Oh my god. Jeez, man. Holy. Malagor is feeling so good about that flock of doom. He picks back up into the air. Almost 2k value on this bad boy. 2016. Wow. Can you believe that was more than 5 years ago? All right. He's going to chase off the Skyjunk now. And now Cathay's really on the timer. Seems like they're going to be down. And that's going to be it. Unless they can secure this point super fast. But what do they have for that? What, 2 units of cavalry? Does Cathay not have any magic? He just hasn't really gotten the best breath attacks. Although she did make 2,200 value. So maybe she has and I just haven't been seeing it. I guess she's been casting it on Centaurs. And even though it doesn't do a lot of damage, Centaurs are expensive. Still has to capture the point though. Beastmen. They do lose both of their Wargors. They summon in a unit of Minotaur Great Weapons. So here's the way Cathay wins this.
The enemy has captured
Oh, that's
one of the
annoying. Oh, that's so
points.
annoying in the distance.
Take it back.
But here's the way that Cathay wins this. If they can get a big surround on those Minotaurs and just get them off the battlefield immediately and capture this point, they might win. His Shugengen Lord probably has one more Dragon's Breath, and she's gonna melt those Ungor Spearmen. And the Centaur throwing axes are not the best fighters either. Yeah, there's a breath attack. Lots of damage, lots of damage. There go the Centaurs. I need beastmen to win though. I have a tournament to host after this. Come on, don't go to the ace match. All right, peasant horsemen. All right, they get surrounded. He doesn't have a lot of capture weight though, right? I count 2 basically dead peasants and Jade Lancers. Oh no, Jade Lancers, okay. Still though, 2 basically dead Jade Lancers versus a full HP Centaur. He gets a fearsome roar, but like, it just takes too long to capture this. Even the Wargore is back, man. He had to summon Chroman to stop this backline capture. And even if he does capture it, Beastmen can always recapture. An unfortunate situation for Cathay. There's no way he can get units here fast enough. Cathay has a big capture weight problem. And as the last of the horsemen die, the Beastmen are able to reign victorious today. No way to get it on time. Beastmen can AFK, they can leave the point. Only one horseman takes 20 seconds. They take 20 seconds. No. 50 seconds? No, they take 20 seconds. They take 20 seconds. No, 25. 25 seconds to capture a point. And that's simply too long. GG. Well played. Ulrich Rahl crushing it today. Absolutely crushing it with today's tournament. But I have another one coming. And another. And another one. So it could be a very short one, but we'll get a lot of best of 3s out of it. So I'm pretty happy about that. As you can see, both spellcasters got massive value. Did not like the Gate Masters. They're fun though, they're fun, but I think Cavalry's better. The grenades? Oh god. Just don't take Nangao Grenadiers, man. Just don't take them. They're really bad. They're so bad. Celestial Line though, that was great. Helped route a bunch of units, got a ton of value, even though it was getting skirmished. So even in a non-optimal situation, it paid for itself. Cavalry did great. Yeah. Once again, don't take infantry as Cathay. Cathay is not an infantry faction. Don't believe the advertisements. But there we go. Tournament begins in 5 minutes. Here we go. Here we go. Looks like we have myself, Maximilianer, Daceberg, B6, and Blood Penguin have signed up. It's impressive they can't even make their value back against low armor like Beastmen. Well, like, Peasant Spears kind of need harmony. Well played to Ulrich Rahl. Let's see here. At Ulrich Rahl. Well played. And congrats on the win. So we got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes for this here tournament. At Goblins, tourney begins. Tourney above begins in 5 minutes. If you guys want to play in the tournament, so we can get to 8 players, so this counts on the leaderboard. Sign up. Worst case, you play one best of 3 and it's over. It's fast. It's a very fast format if you lose instantly. What's the worst that could happen? Come on. Here, I'll make it easy for you. Here's the link, people. Here's the link. I don't need to have tournament wins. I'm definitely qualifying. But it feels good to be number 1. Is this corruption? I don't know. Maybe. That's some good water. Should be a pretty fast tourney too, only 3 rounds. You only play greenskins? So Meaty Dangler, after you pick the factions, you can ban 3. You can ban 3 matchups that are not greenskins. So very likely, unless they ban your greenskins in full, you'll probably get 1 or 2 greenskin games. And if you can get 2 greenskin games and you win both of them, you move up in the tournament. It's that easy. Just have a throwaway faction and ban all the matchups for that one faction. Right? Just pick your 2 SFT factions. It's fine. It's chill, man. Derek. Or worst case scenario, you get knocked out and you play 3 games and it's done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, you're talking about the Grenadiers, not the Peasant Spearmen? Yeah, Grenadiers do like no damage. Even if they get a full volley on those poor Ungors, they just don't really do anything. Okay, I need one more sign-in. I need one more sign-in, people. Come on, baby. One more and I can catch up to Charix. Come on, all you gotta do is lose 2 games. That's like the easiest thing in the world, alright? I'll, I don't know. I'll cast your replays. I'll cast you lose it. I don't know. I don't have much to give. I already got too many of these. You know that. I got too many of these things. Quick chat. What's 2 good factions? Yeah, beastmen, Slaanesh. Apparently ogres, dude. Just copy what Ulrich Wall did, right? Ulrich Wall crushed it with the ogre swarm. He annihilated it with the ogre swarm, man. Look, the easiest thing ever. So just spam ogre bowls and pigback riders, and then you'll win. And then summon some crushers, right? Like it's not a complicated play style. Ulrich Wall used that all the way to the finals, and it was great. And he does the same thing with beastmen. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Your precious win rate. Win rate doesn't matter. Besides, if you get greenskins, you win. You just have to win with them then. Based on the number of times Ulrich was able to get Ogre Kingdoms, which is one of his more favorite factions, I think you'll probably be able to get a lot of greenskin games in. Who's gonna ban greenskins anyways, right? Greenskins suck. All right. Do we have a last sign up? I just need one more. Yes, broccoli fangirl. Let's go. We have 8. We have 8. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. Big money. Ah, yeah. They're terrified of your Dark Elf gameplay today. Oh, my goodness. So disappointing, man. So disappointing. Maximillionaire, you don't play Tomb Kings, but you draft them just to catch bans. That's a pretty nice way to do it. Just pick the hardest of counters. Same map pool for the whole set. Still trying to think of a better system without needing a million maps. All right. This tournament begins in 1 minute. Yep. Looks like Martin also wants to join. I'm going to edit the tournament, move up the time just a smidge, and then he can join. We can start. We got some big names today. I'm looking to win it. You might be saying I'm always looking to win it. And that'd be true. That would be true. Alright, here we go. It's time to begin. There's just one last minute sign up Martin wants to play. And then we're good to go. These are definitely the spiciest tournaments. You were thinking the same thing, then you saw someone ban Nurgle? Well... Wait. Yeah, wait, why'd they ban Nurgle? Why would they ban Nurgle? Dude, Nurgle has like... Were they playing Skaven? Did they like playing Skaven? Because if they do, then... That makes a little bit more sense. Goblins. We begin. Nice. And I'm up against Charlie. Hey, what's up, Charlie? Hope you're ready for a little bit of a battle. So, what we got to do is go ahead and pick-a-reno this. Create new draft. Alrighty. Alright, let's start working away this list. I want to get at least 2 of these off per day. It's the only way I can keep up. So, I already tried some Dark Elf shenanigans. It depends on his factions. Let's just not throw, right? Let's just not throw first and foremost. Spider maxing. Oh yeah, Charlie's obese chicken. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah, we got obese chicken. You would ban turns, Nurgle? Not the worst idea ever. He's pretty vicious with Nurgle. So there's some Demons of Chaos shenanigans, some Dark Elves, some Tomb Kings, Corn, Vampire Counts. There's a lot of good ones. Real Phoenix High Elves. You gotta buy around? Oh my goodness. Maximillionaire gets to chill. Alright. So, first faction I want to play. I think this one's a good one. I picked Demons of Chaos. Corn! Okay. That ain't too bad. Let's see here. I think that's a pretty good one. Dwarves! Oh boy. Who's good versus dwarves here? I'm not gonna play Nurgle versus dwarves. High elves though? But then I have to go phoenixes. Blood crushers. Ooh. Oh, I can't go blood crushers. Crap. I guess it's not the worst. All right. This challenge list will be off the screen soon. I'll work it. I'll work it. Okay, Corn, dwarves, and Slaanesh. All right. Versus, so Warriors of Chaos, Greenskins, Demons of Chaos versus Corn, Dwarves, and Slaanesh. Interesting. Your first ban. I thought Nurgle's good into Dwarves. It's a toss-up. I don't think I'm good enough at Nurgle to know how to deal with that. Even if they were good, I don't think I'd execute it great. So, Greenskins, I can do the spider maxing challenge. He bans Greenskins. Has to be a matchup. So, Greenskins versus Corn, or Slaanesh. Alright, let's take a look. Thank you very much for signing up, Obese Chicken. I know it's a complicated format. This saddens the Plague Father. He bans Greenskins versus Corn. And he bans dwarves. Wait. Ban just one matchup. All right, we gotta. I think this system it makes more sense if you played 3x3 Matrix before. Okay, so he bans greenskins versus dwarves. All right. So let's see here. He says, please ban Slaanesh. All right. Well, let's see. I wouldn't want to play versus Slaanesh anyway, so I'd probably ban Warriors of Chaos Slaanesh, and I'd ban greenskins versus Slaanesh, right? So we have his Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos, Greenskins, Demons of Chaos. His Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos or Demons of Chaos. And his Slaanesh versus Demons of Chaos. And to see running 5 tournaments a day to keep up with the list. The remaining matchups is Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos, Khorne versus Greenskins, Khorne versus Demons of Chaos, Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos, Dwarves versus Demons of Chaos, Slaanesh versus Demons of Chaos. You can ban 2 of those. Okay, he banned Slaanesh versus Demons of Chaos. And Slaanesh versus War... I already banned that. Well, already banned that. Those matchups. Pick 2 you don't want to play. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. What's this? Always a hassle when content creators are younger than you. They always behind on content creation. Wait, so do older content creators, are they ahead? Alright, so he bans Khorne versus Greenskins, and then he bans Slaanesh versus Demons of Chaos. Okay. Okay. I'll make it so our last matchups are... let's see here. How do we do this? Okay, so Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos, I'll be fine. Khorne versus Demons of Chaos is a little sus. Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos, alright. Okay. Your top bracket. So you can pick one of those 3 for us to play. There we go. Mostly because they live longer, hence the bigger catalog. Oh, it's just because I haven't been streaming as long? Is that it? I haven't streamed for like 5 years though. I got a message adminning. Oh my gosh. I'm being asked if people report it as 1-0 or 2-0 or whatever. Man, people have not hosted a single elimination tournament in so long. Like, best of threes haven't been hosted in so long. There's a new generation of players that doesn't even know to report 2-0s and 2-1s. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right, he wants to play dwarves versus the warriors of chaos. All right. Here we go. Hey, thank you very much for the Danish kroner.
Helebron and some gals, smiley face emoji.
I'll add it to the list. It's on the list. All right, so which one of these can I do as warriors of chaos even? Can't take Skull Reapers. I don't think I really have much to do here, right? Sigvald, Aspiring Champions, and Severed Claw. I don't really want to do that versus dwarves. Although it's not that bad. You know what? That's not actually that bad. I think I can do that. I think I can pull that out versus dwarves. Sigvald especially is really annoying for dwarves to beat. Just because he doesn't really die. So I could take Siggy. He does have to be a little wary of like the Slayer dudes, but what? Just take Severed Claw and max Aspiring Champions. Oh, that's chill. Oh, we also have map bans. Oh yeah. Map. You pick one map to ban. All right, there we go. So it's either gonna be Lost Temple, Putrefying Carcass, or Dunes of Cain. Yeah, Sigvald, Aspiring Champions and Sigvald. I think they do actually dumpster Slayers pretty hard. That'll be a fun one to work with. I did swear to myself that I would take more chariots versus dwarves the next time I face them. Let's actually implement that real quick. Yeah, this should be pretty good. Very nice, very nice. And then how many more marks do I have? Do I even need marks? What do I even need for marks? Me and Sigvald, that's true. We're running another Magnificent Man. Oh, wasn't there a challenge to run Skull Crushers? Someone wanted to see me run Skull Crushers, right? Sky Lantern Max, Skull Reapers, where is it at? Kembler War Shrine, Flaming Sword, 2 Blood Crushers. Are these Blood Crushers? Those are Skull Crushers. Blood Crushers are the Demon Cavalry, so I'd have to play Demons of Chaos for them. Alright, we'll make do without. Okay, so how do I beat dwarves? I think a Chaos War Shrine is a no-no. Manticores are okay versus dwarves, but you gotta be super careful when running Manticores. I'm out of marks, so no more marked units. I could just bring a lot of armor, like usual. That's kind of what a lot of people do versus dwarves. You just have to make sure you don't get shot to death. I also gotta remember, always take dogs versus dwarves. Always, always, always take dogs versus dwarves. We know Marauder horsemen are pretty good. Because you don't want to get gyrocoptered to death. Always the worst feeling. And yeah. Alright. Yeah, I think I got a pretty good build. Can't be that bad. Let's do it. Knights of the Brazen Throne. Or no balls. Knights of the Brazen Throne. Wait, did you even sign up, Meaty Dangler? You can't no balls me when you don't even sign up. What is this? Oh crap. We didn't do map bans. Okay, CZ doesn't mind this map. Okay, we're good. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. All that. So here we go. I gotta beat dwarves. We gotta beat dwarves. I got 2 skirmishers, Siggy, and 3 aspiring champions, along with 2 exalted heroes. Ready, good luck, have fun. The idea is to use the aspiring champions. I don't have magic. I don't need magic restores. These guys should be able to kill everything that isn't a great weapon dwarf. As long as it's like miners with blasting charges or something, we're fine. And most dwarves don't really spam great weapons. Artillery should have a hardish time versus them too. They're very small figures. I have the Rotting Riders, who are absolutely terrifying. Because they have terror. They got that anti-infantry. Nope, anti-large, my bad. But they got armor piercing. And it appears we see a goblobber and a cannon to start off with. Okay. So we're gonna dodge a little bit to make sure that they don't just kill me. And then I believe Sigvald should just beeline it. Ouch. Okay, that's kind of painful. What are those? Giant Slayers? Okay, this is actually where we make the big plays. So doggos to kill the Giant Slayers is perfect. If he only sends 1 Giant Slayer there, the doggos will do great. These double exalted dudes should be pretty nice. All things considered, for harassing his artillery pieces. Look at them Giant Slayers. So how many dudes does he have hidden? This is 6, 7. There's potentially 4 units that I don't know the position of. One of them's already on the point. Interesting. Sigvald should be able to bully his lord, though. Here come the dogs. Holy crap, that's a lot of rangers. Alright. You can dodge. You can dodge. Even with infantry. So that's gonna help a lot here. My goodness. It's a lot of rangers, bro. It's so many rangers. Keep dodging, you darn aspiring champions. He hasn't gotten a lot of damage on them yet. It's exactly what we like to see. Sigvald is in, and the exalted heroes are in too. So that's gonna save me a lot of trouble. Oh crap, my dogs. I let them just fight the Giant Slayers. That was a bad idea. Alright. And there we go. Now the aspiring champion should be able to go. I really should not have let myself get caught by those Giant Slayers. That's a rather big misplay. This guy is getting kind of bullied too, but at least Sigvald's still doing fine. And of course the aspiring champions are in. We know that they'll do great doggos against giant slayers. It is an up trade, as long as you do it right. And there we go. There's one route. Very nice. Sigvald's gonna go on the chase. And just like that, we have ourselves a decent engagement. It's not the prettiest thing in the world. I'm gonna need more doggos probably. You know what, screw it. I'm just gonna summon more doggos. There's so many rangers here. The dogs just have to crush it, right? The dogs have to be able to run them off. Oh crap, you got giant slayers in there. Though it seems like they're actually not doing that much damage to my aspiring champions. Rather impressed indeed. As our doggo swarm has now arrived. I really don't want to deal with these rangers forever. So this should work out pretty well for me. Aspiring champions are still cooking, surprisingly enough. I really did not expect them to do this well. But I will have to deal with the Grim Delvers. Now, who are they going to shoot at? Are they going to shoot at my aspiring champions? Or my characters? They shoot at the champions. But funnily enough, the champions just tank a full Grim Delver shot like it's nothing. Dang, alright. Aspiring champions proving themselves to be rather sick. They, holy crap, I can't believe it. I really thought they would just die to that volley. But apparently they're amazing. Alright. Now he does have the Scolder Guard, whatever they're called. Do have to be a little wary with them. Just aspiring champions and dog maxing, I guess. That's what we're doing. So doggos catch one cannon. That's good. Disruption abound. Sigvald's doing great. He can hunt down the Lord or something. But these doggos are just mulching his artillery now. Unfortunately for my opponent, his artillery is not doing especially well. And yeah, there's the route. Warriors of Dragonfire pass, not a big deal. Dodging that Rune of Wrath and Ruin, thank goodness. And as long as my chariots don't die here, I'm pretty happy. Just don't leave them in slayers is the rule of thumb. Keep sending dogs. It's really weird that such a heavily armored faction is often countered by dogs, but that's how it be. We have a good amount of value now, and I believe that spells doom for my opponent. There's not a whole lot left he can do, right, with all those range units dead. Sigvald will simply be too difficult to actually take down. And then that should be game. And I have this guy. Look at that. This isn't even a meme build. It was a requested build, which is all that matters. The aspiring champions were not bad. These guys got, what, 87 kills? They were really good disruption tools. I'll give them that. Sigvald showing that he's a beast. Just taking no damage there. Brings me back to the days of Warhammer 2. It's because the dogs are at the same height as the dwarves. Oh my gosh. Oh, ouch, ouch. That's pretty painful. Oh, dang, he summons gyrocopters. I actually don't have a good counter to gyrocopters here. Sigvald, in the meantime, he's still crushing it. Is he going to, is he going to bomb drop me? Oh, he bomb drops me. Pretty well-placed bomb drop, too. I'll probably have to bring in the skirms to deal with the gyrocopter. Probably. Is Sigvald dying? No, he ain't dying. Sigvald the indestructible. Sigvald the truly unkillable. Ouch! That's a pretty big bomb drop, though. Okay, I think we get it. I need skirmishers to deal with them. Oh, he bombs his own giant slayers. What a way to go. Brutality. Oh my god. Friendly fire on the way of the dwarves. Oh my god. Crazy bombing run, but he taps out. He knows it's over. All right, GG. So that's not too bad. One win. All right, so next matchup. Let's play this. Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos. Let's play... Actually, no. Let's play Khorne versus Demons of Chaos next. Alrighty. You can ban map. Alright. Here we go. Demons of Chaos. Where they at? Yo, those gyrocopters got so much value. Gyrocopter pilots are gonna have to take the Slayer Oath for that. And then they're gonna have to be bombed, right? By their fellow gyros. Alright, nice. So that's one request out of the way. Haha! Let's see here. Where was it? Aspiring Champion Max. Where's it at? Siggy with Max Aspiring Champions. Hell yeah. Alright. Yo, we're getting there. We are getting there. Holy crap. Should have brought 2x Flaming Sword. Okay, bans Road. Let's see here. These are the maps. Same maps. Yeah, the whole map ban system is kind of confusing. I gotta rework it at some point. Alright, so Demons of Chaos versus Khorne. Oops. So, what do we got? Blood Crushers with 5 chevrons. Alright, so 2x Blood Crushers with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chevrons. Okay. So he bans Carcass. Let's play Dunes. Dunes of Cain. Alright. Alrighty. So Blood Crushers versus Khorne would actually kill Wrathmongers really cost effectively. I'm actually not super against that. A Khorne Lord plus a War Shrine. So we don't have War Shrine here. Ooh, I could have gone the Khorne Lord War Shrine one done too. Uncle for Uncle. Kugath and a Great Unclean One. Oh my god. Okay, well, as Demons of Chaos, you can't run Kugath. That's a Nurgle specific one. Let's see here. Demon Prince win. Ooh, alright. Demon Prince. Ooh, I can do that. Somebody wants to see me win with a Demon Prince. Let's see here. Against Khorne, the best one is probably... Do I just go for an Exalted Bloodthirster? Just face Khorne with Khorne? Nah. This is the way to go. What would Auntie for Uncle Bound spell be? Surely it's healing, right? Alright. Let's see this. So... we're playing on Dunes of Cain. He's playing as Khorne. Khorne has a few skirmishers, and they also have the Hellforge Bellows. Outside of that, I think they're quite lacking overall. So I should be relatively okay. I don't have any of the mortals here, but I certainly have enough armor piercing. There's not a whole lot he can do versus Seekers of Slaanesh, let me tell you. But infantry-wise, what do I want? Do I even want infantry? Do I even want infantry against Khorne? Do I even want infantry? What I could do. Double Grinder, Squealer. Double Nurgle Soul Grinder with Squealers. Hey, how's that? Oh jeez, that's expensive. That's expensive. Wow. All right, this is interesting though. I kind of like the direction that this is going. I just need to be able to beat Corn Furies is all, right? What if I take Corn Furies of my own? What if I take Slaanesh Furies though? Slaanesh Furies have the armor piercing to get through a lot of Corn units. And Tzeentch Furies, I think Tzeentch Furies, do Tzeentch Furies beat Corn Furies? They have the shields. But I don't know if they actually outright win, because Corn Furies have Frenzy. I think Corn Furies are actually better. Okay, let's do that. And then I'll take this spell. Take this. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. If I can do this, if I can win this match, I can get 3. I can get 3 challenges off the list at the same time. You should make a spinning wheel to choose what challenge. That'd be hilarious. All right. Sorry, just some adminning. All right. Here we go. I got no units. It's time. Good luck, have fun. So he has Valkia. I got my 5 Chevron blood crushers. We got my Angels of Decay. And I have the Blazing Squealers with Nurgle Soul Grinders to restock ammunition. He's brought a Hellforge Bellows Scale Cannon. That's not the biggest deal. And he has a few Wrathmongers. All in all, pretty chump changey, right? Ouch. Not too much damage, though. Not too much damage overall. I should be able to rampage that thing and just shoot it to death, I think. I don't really want to take a big fight, right? Now, what's this thing doing? I don't really know what it's doing while it's rampaging. It's kind of awkward. But I'd like to get a kite off here. A kite game would certainly be nice. Ouch! What in the world? What in the world, the damage? Okay, I see how it is. Let's see if I can bully Valkia a little bit. Some pretty nasty deeps he got there. At least the Squealers are fine. I'm gonna bring in the Soul Grinder. The Angels of Decay are certainly taking a lot of damage. But I got Valkia on the run. She doesn't have her invulnerability armor too. So I can just deep dive her. Jeez. That cannon damage though. Holy moly. Mega deeps on that thing. All right, but I think I can just set myself up to essentially just kite corn here. Indeed, it's just another kite build. Holy crap though, that can. All right, let's pull back with these guys. I got a soul grinder kite him. Angels of Decay should be able to at least kill that business. And then the threat of my crushers here should be pretty good. Then we debuff. We debuff. Soul Grinder keeps popping off. There you go. Shit, if I can just kill that thing, I'm happy. It's a very expensive tool, just like my Angels of Decay. So just a little bit of sweet vengeance would go a long way for me. His minotaurs are coming in though. That's not good. And the squealers, of course, are getting caught up now. Wow. That's not very pretty. Okay, I think we got it to crumbling. That's a good start. Will it be enough though? I'm gonna need just a little bit more oomph. I got my blood boys over here about to charge on in. Of course, the soul grinder's doing great too. That's a pretty nice charge. Let's keep on pulling back. Angels of Decay are somehow still around. Amazing. Nice, nice. And that thing should be dead now. Very good. Let's hit him up with the debuff. The soul grinder kite is janky. Why is he going into melee? What a crazy lad. Alright, second soul grinder time. Here we go. Soul grinders will cook. In the meantime, Lord is living mostly. You will have to disengage here though. That Minotaur surround is terrifying. These guys got the anti-infantry. They don't want to be surrounded by Minotaurs. Let's get them out of there. Alrighty, let's get the squealers posted up. Love the Wrathmongers just deep diving me. Very annoying indeed. I should be able to at least shoot them here. And then bring in my cavalry. So I did lose one blood crusher, but I did finally kill off his super annoying artillery piece. Was it worth it? I have no idea. I don't feel like it was very worth it, but we'll see. Why are these guys going into melee? That is not what I requested of you. Terrible ranged AI. Let's pull them back. And then, yeah, there we go. Now we get the kite off. Ooh, we don't want to get counter-charged by them. That would be brutal. There we go. Get the guard mode on. Get the Slaanesh Furies. These are just marauders. I don't have to worry about them. All right, nice. And the kiting continues. All right. There we go. All right. All right. I've stabilized my lines. The soul grinders are good, and he only has a double cap. That's exactly what we want to see. That's exactly what we want to see. It's a good start. It's a good start. So obviously the soul grinders are great. The squealers will be able to restock their ammunition shortly. And we got a pretty good route. It ain't too bad. It ain't too bad. I even got some Hellstriders over here. Hell yeah. Very nice. Valkia though, she's kind of doing pretty good on the HP. That worries me slightly. Not a huge fan of Valkia being at good health. Third capture point's about to be taken. But here we go. Pretty decent charges all around. A little worried about these corn minotaurs. I might be able to bait them into a bad position though, right? So like already they're taking a little bit of damage. Ugh. God, they got a good charge on my Seekers though. Holy moly, what the damage. That was a very good charge on my Seekers. Was not a fan of that. But there we go. There's the mass debuffs. So they should go down nice and quickly. There we go. Nice, nice. Then we get the Screamers to kill off these boys. We'll bring in the Soul Grinders. And then I can restock their ammunition for the late game. Because that's what we're looking for. Looking for a big late game fight. My value is in the dumps though. If I can't kill these Minotaurs, it's super over. As it stands, they ain't dying exactly. I'm not liking the position that much. Here's the ammunition restock, I guess. Oh geez, the Minotaurs, will they die? Maybe with some Furies? Dude, oh my god, these... The Wrathmongers are cooking me hard right now. This should count as an artillery hit at least. Okay, nice. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. Furies are in. All right, and then a pretty decent charge from these guys, and that should be a mass rout on at least the Minotaurs. Very good. Squealers, they're doing fine. Minotaurs are routed. Just all I could ever want. Skull Crushers of Corn are coming on in. That's kind of a terrifying unit to have to face. I do have another debuff though. We can bully them. Come on. Come on. Time is kind of the essence too, but I think I might be able to kill these skull crushers with all those debuffs. Looks like they're taking a lot of damage. I just can't kill the Wrathmongers though. The Wrathmongers have been a pain in the butt the entire game. Please be the corn one. Please be the corn one. Dang it. It was indeed not the corn one. All right, there we go. So skull crushers are gone. All right. Then we're gonna bring in the Seekers, and then if I can just capture this point with mass single entities, I may have a chance yet. Soul Grinders just kind of pushing Valkia, as they do. All right, so that's one kill. Seekers of Slaanesh are a very spooky unit. Very nice. Skull Crushers getting murdered. Okay, all right. I'll give it that. And then as soon as this guy gets on the point, he can turn around and start causing some issues here to all these units. Yeah, those crushers are gone. There's the bombardment. Nice. Oh my god, another one. How many can you have? How many can you have? All right, here we go. It's mass route time. I gotta get this mass route. Oh my god, he's just saving up for more elites. He's just saving up for more elites. At least the Korngors are gone. I don't know if I'll actually kill the Wrathmongers though. He'll probably kill the Noxbringer too. And Noxbringer is down. Ooh, we're down both of our kiting tools. Yeah, all right. It didn't work. I bought the triple memes and we got punished for it. Did you upload? All right, we got a proper match then. I'm not out. We're 1-1. Dang it. How did the Demon Prince do? Demon Prince was okay. Blazing Squealers were actually just good in general. The Blood Crushers of Khorne though, oh my god, they were bad. They're so slow. They're so slow. All right, it's fine though. I kind of threw away one of them. Last is Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos. All right. Redemption time. Oh my gosh. Are there any of these I can get done without losing the game immediately? Let me see. Let me see. Let's see here. 2x Flaming Sword. Maybe the 2x Flaming Sword. Let's see what else. I think that's it. I think that's the only thing I can go for. Dang. All right. Not a lot of Khorne suggestions. All right. Here we go. I got a redemption. I got a redemption myself. Dude, the Soul Grinders, I just couldn't kill the Wrathmongers, man. Wrathmongers are crazy. All right. Here we go. You get first map ban. Alrighty, here we go. Gotta redeem ourselves. Warriors of Chaos against the Warriors of Chaos. I mean, against Khorne. He always bans Putrefying Carcass. Okay. Let's play Dunes again. Oh, Khorne Lord plus War Shrine. That's true. Which War Shrine was it? It's just any War Shrine of my choosing. Oh, okay, I can do that. I can do that. I like it. Khorne Lord plus War Shrine shenanigans. Khorne Lord has +8 melee attack in an aura that increases in intensity the more things die. So you can actually go for that. Put him on. What do I want? Do I want this? That's pretty useless. All right. And then we get the War Shrine, and then we just War Shrine it up. I just have to be able to kill Wrathmongers. Technically, if you have enough melee attack, Wrathmongers do die. Totem of Endless War. Ooh, or the Nurgle Shrine. He has too much fire damage, though. The Nurgle Shrine wouldn't be great. What's the best War Shrine we can run here? Slaanesh War Shrine is a straight Mortis engine. It is damage mitigated, though. But it does have Soporific Musk, so in terms of debuffs, it's actually quite good. It still gives plus 10 leadership. I'm thinking either the Slaanesh or the Khorne one. Or Blood Reaper Lord's good. They're fine. I think there's just far better Lords in general. Okay, caster-wise, though, what do I want? If I'm up against Khorne, I really want to kill that darn shooty thing. I can't just let him blast me with the Hell Cannon the entire game. That would be awfully silly. Let's see. Who should I put by the shrine? What kind of infantry does well by a war shrine? Chosen dual weapons? The halberds? He went triple Wrathmonger last time. You know what? This is actually not the worst. So I do that. And then I take me one of these units. Looking pretty good overall. Oh boy, he's ready. Oh boy, he's ready. Definitely want one of those. Definitely want a bunch of these. And then the rest of my army is probably gonna be you know, a giant would actually not be that bad. Meaty Dangler would be very happy about that. Giants versus Khorne. Maybe a Mutilith Vortex Beast. Ooh. Well, how do you do? Yeah, alright. I got a decent build. As long as I can kill Wrathmongers, I'm fine. The meaty giant tech? Dude, the giant tech is pretty jokes. It's not bad in the melee grind. Yo, you can stack so many Mortis engines. So you get Festus, you get the Slaanesh War Shrine, you get Aeson the Fallen. And then you just Mortis everything to death. In the big fat blob. Yeah, the Khorne War Shrine's good, but I went for the Slaanesh one. Halberds to deal with the Minotaurs. I brought flying halberds, does that count? So this time I'm not gonna get shot by the cannon to death, hopefully. We got our Khorne chosen. And we got a Slaanesh War Shrine. Ready? Good luck, have fun. It's 8 units versus 6. We have a million melee attack boosts. The idea is I can just get an absurd amount of melee attack buffing on my Khorne chosen dual weapons. And they will just kill everything. Worst case scenario, I can summon a giant if I see that he has a bunch of Wrathmongers. I have Aeson the Fallen in case he has even more things that need to be Mortis engined. A Hell Cannon to shoot at his Skull Cannon. Should be good. Yep. A little bit of lag, but we're fine. He's opted for Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. All right. Overall, not a big deal. Valkia has... Oh, yeah, okay. Still no resistances on Valkia, so I can just Spirit Leech it to death. Now, Horsemen, I think it makes a lot of sense to summon the Hell Cannon first. Would love to see what the rest of his army is first, though. We're gonna see 1 Bloodwake Berserker, 2 Wrathmongers, 3 Wrathmongers. Okay. So this time I'm not gonna get Wrathmongered. I refuse. Marauders of Corn, I almost want to keep around just so I can get that killing on them. But let's just get this started first, right? Pretty good bomb drop. Pretty good deeps. They should take a decent amount of damage from this. And then Valkia, I can just Spirit Leech. So first things first is the Hell Cannon. Hell Cannon is by far the most important thing we can whip out here. Ouch. Did I just lose 2 of them to that volley? Jeez. Alright, Hell Cannon should do well. This guy's got to play keep away from Valkia, though. I don't think I can kill 3 Wrathmongers even with the War Shrine just yet. We're going to need to build it up just a little bit more. What's he doing? He's getting into position. He's trying to triple cap me. Okay. I'm just going to start the kite. There's no point getting overzealous and potentially risking the game here and kiting. I might as well play it a little bit safer and get Valkia just a little bit lower first. That should be pretty good. Get a pretty nice dodge over there. Valkia's gonna get hit. It's gonna take a little bit of damage. Honestly, not that much though. I think we're down trading here. All right. Now, can I actually kill a Wrathmonger? That's the real question. This is a Regiment of Renowned Wrathmonger. I do have a pretty solid ward save on my Chosen. But they're gonna need a cook here. They're absolutely gonna need a cook. As soon as they start taking damage, that's when we're going to give them the ward save. Yeah, there they go. So there's that ward save buff. At least my Chaos Knights are doing pretty well. And the Coronate Chosen, they're not doing too bad, actually. They're not doing too bad. His backfield is certainly taking a lot of deeps, too. Looks like, yeah, all right. I'll take it. Valkia's still taking a lot of heat. And I just got to shake this triple cap is all. In the meantime, artillery piece can start hitting up those Minotaurs. My poor Doom Knights are a little brutalized, but otherwise, we're still doing fine. Valkia's low, so she can't really participate in this fight much. Man, my units keep leashing. I don't know what's happening. And the kite is going well. So overall, I'd say things are not too bad. War Shrine's still alive, which is ultra important. And we did kill his Wrathmongers. You can't say we did not kill his Wrathmongers. There you go, big infantry route. Okay. Oh, those are dogs. Pull away from the dogs. Come on, let's get a big surround. Do I have Hellstriders? No Hellstriders. No Hellstriders, my bad. Wrathmongers. Why are they so painful? All right, there we go. Value trading says it's not in our favor. Surprising to me. This kite, though, should be very painful for him, however. Then, of course, the War Shrine here is melting away those doggos, which is always good to see. We've kited away his Minotaurs, which is huge. Let's get that War Shrine action in there. Let's get that melee attack boost. The melee attack boost is big. Wrathmongers do a lot of damage, but they actually aren't very tanky. Oh, crap. Did someone crash? No, not like this. Did he crash? Did I crash? Oh, no. Not like this. At least bring Purple Sun. Nah, Spirit Leech is good enough. Crap, did he crash? It's looking bad. I can still move my camera, though, so my game has to be okay, unless it just hard crashes here. Yeah, it's looking a bit rough. Okay, well, he says I can have the win. All right. Easy as I can have the win. I think I would have won with the skirmishers in the end, though. Dang. Would have been nice to see the game through, but... yeah, I think these minotaurs getting caught. I was going to de-summon this, and then just bring a bunch of skirms. And then just kite the Wrathmongers back. My Chosen had only 1,000 value? What? I could have sworn they got way more value. I was getting value. Dude, this thing... wow, that's bad. Wow, that's really bad. Holy crap, that was not much. Alright, well, anyways. He's dropping from the tourney. And I guess that's a win, I guess. Kind of unsatisfying. I really hope CA fixes the crashes. I did make them aware of it. Alright, so that was interesting. So game number 1 was it was what, Warriors of Chaos versus Dwarves. And then the next one was Demons of Chaos versus Khorne. And then that was Warriors of Chaos versus Khorne. Alright. Well, there we go. GG. Thank you very much for signing up, Obese Chicken. You didn't get to snipe the War Shrine? Yeah. Yo, that War Shrine, though, did you see its value? It got, like, negative value times 1,000,000. Even, I thought it was going to do something. It really... I can't believe how little value it got. Let's see here. What are we looking at? Khorne Lord plus War Shrine. I do think the Khorne Lord was not bad, though. I think him amping up the Chosen was okay. It was okay. Alright. Looking like Broccoli Fangirl and Daceberg are still fighting. Let's see. Dang, these guys didn't do much either. Dude, Wrathmongers is such a terror. Though one of them got routed. In the end, it was just the skirmishers. The skirmish and the kite. It always prevails. You need, what, 300 kills to fully power the shrine? Did anyone see how powered up it was? It was feasting on marauders. It did have Soporific Musk, which might have helped the Chosen a bit. If you look at my Chosen, they actually did quite well. They were competing with Wrathmongers in terms of value. Of course, they needed a lot of support, but they are cheaper. So we're gonna wait for our opponent now. Martin is getting his match started. Hell yeah. All that. Dang. Too bad I wasn't able to get the Demon Prince victory, though. Demon Prince victory would have been so hype. Is it better to bring a cultist on a war shrine or just a shrine itself? As Warriors of Chaos, you can't run cultists. It's weird. It's real strange, but yeah, they just don't have access to cultists, I guess. Do a tourney with no debug camera? I would disable it if it was easier to disable. And re-enable. Honestly, debug camera is nice, but if you just turn your camera to point more sideways, you can still get most of the battlefield. I think only in like the most extreme of cavalry micro situations do you really benefit from debug camera. See, yo, so it was suggested earlier a spiders max greenskin build. So spider maxing would look something like this. So we have all these guys, We have all the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, all the Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers. We have 2 Arachnaroks that we can bring. And that's honestly it. Like, it's straight up just a normal Greenskins game. The hardest part about this build is winning as Greenskins, which I'm not extremely proficient with. Oh yes, and Snagla, thank you very much. And Snagla, who comes default on a spider mount. So, that's, what? That's 11 spider units I can run? I would love to try it. I just gotta win with Greenskins. Other than that, there's no other spiders, right? Default camera takes a little bit more getting used to. Yeah, you can't move it far away from your units too, right? All right. Yeah, you can't bring the extended roster, so you don't get the lava spider rider archers. Yeah, you gotta bring the summons on Snagla. Okay, so you have 11 spiders, plus Snagla has 3 more, so that's 14 spiders, plus the Arachnarok Queen, which is an extra 5 spiders. So you're looking at 19 spiders. You can have 19 spider units total in one game. Technically, if you're resummoning, it's even more. The maximum amount. Default camera doesn't zoom out that much, and you'll be constantly switching to the overhead view. Well, I guess I would max out the camera height, and then just kind of stick with that. Max legs. I think max legs would involve Nurglings, actually. I think everyone crashed at the same time. How does that even happen? CA doesn't have servers. But I think everyone crashed at the same time. I'm getting a lot of messages about it. Interesting. Well, alright. Warhammer 3 replays. Okay, let's take a look at this replay. I gotta do some adminning. Autosave number 1. Let's take a look. So this is a Plague Penguin versus a B6. So we'll have to take into consideration that I think a lot of other people were crashing at the same time. And that makes it way less likely that this would be an intentional crash. The game still pools data from their server. So you think their server just had like a meltdown or something? Could possibly be. Okay, let's take a look. So, alright, so we got some fightiness, a little bit of skirmish damage. Pistoliers get caught. Certainly a good start for the Skaven. Some Doomflayers get a pretty nice charge. But Boris counterpunches. Alright. Warplock Giselles. Right now it's still anybody's game, right? Pistoliers are getting caught up. And they're gone. Doomflayers charge on in. Alright, so let's take a look at the overall standings, right? Wide view of the battlefield, it looks like the capture tickets are very much in the favor for the Empire, right? Skaven, on the other hand, are getting a bit of a value lead. The Giselles are completely unshut down, too. And it looks like the cavalry might get routed off. Good burning head, though. If he's not able to kill the Giselles, though, they're gonna get massive value. Okay, yeah, so let's just say it crashes right now. I think Skaven win this. 2 Giselles, fully operational. And Empire have like 4 units of infantry at good HP. Skaven still have like Rat Ogres and 2 single entities, and they just routed off these knights. I think Skaven are in a very good position right now. Let's take a look. They're going to capture the first point before 1,000. That's a very good sign for them. So more routes. Boris is taking a little bit of damage. The Giselles are still online, though. So both sides are summoning. Okay. And then the crash.
There is only defeat.
Huh. I think Skaven had a lead. I think Skaven had a minor lead. A lot of people crashed at the same time, though. I'll give them my results. People at the same time. I want to replay. All right. All right, adminning done mostly. Crash dump would be useful. Yeah. I don't want to just keep having to send crash dumps to CA. The files are too big to send over Discord, so it's kind of a pain. All right, but yeah, I think Skaven did have a minor lead there. Make Krell a legendary hero. I feel like that would be quite apt instead of just a timed summon. Oof. Hey, Flying Taco, what's up? Is Warhammer down or something? Says I'm offline. Oh, crap. I think it is down. I think it actually just crashed. God dang it. How can we have the worst of both worlds? Goblins. Looks like Warhammer servers are down. Stand by for 10 minutes to see if it's fixed. Or Steam servers. I don't know. Maybe it's Steam server issue? You gotta be kidding me, though. You gotta be kidding me. What is this day? What is this day even? Is it Steam servers? Okay, Steam servers showing is okay. I'm gonna restart the game. Oh my goodness. Yep. Technical difficulties. This is nuts. We were gonna get some nice matches. We were gonna face Broccoli Fangirl or Daceberg. We'll give it 10 minutes. If there's no way to join multiplayer for 10 minutes, I guess I have to call off the tournament. God, it's dedicated servers, but worse. I literally can't see ranked matchmaking or the leaderboards. What is this? I'll message them. Great. Everyone at CA is probably sleeping right now. That's the worst part. Oh my gosh, not like this. Oh my gosh, no. We don't have dedicated servers, but we still have to be connected to them. Oh my god. It's the worst of all worlds. I wonder what happened. I hope everything's okay over there. Okay, nice. I think the CA servers are rebooting. Nope. Ha. Campaign player still winning. Is this what it feels like to be Twitch chat? Yeah, it's not your fault, B6. My game crashed. Another game crashed. Another one after that crashed. So I knew there was something beyond us players. Oh boy, that's bad though. That's real bad. All right, so yeah, we're gonna stand by for 10 minutes. If it doesn't work in 10 minutes, I'll call off the tournament. Yeah, that's scary. See, it can just shut down multiplayer if they want. Did I do something wrong? Charik's hacking the servers to make sure he stays on top of the leaderboards. Oh my goodness. I'll just keep rebooting the game for the next 10 minutes. I hope you guys are having a good time. Hold on, Windows update on the server. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. So there were dedicated servers this whole time. The lag was just because the singular dedicated server was kind of sucking. It finally went kaput. One of the memory sticks fell out. I don't know. Now it's finally getting rolling. I only got to play 6 games today. Actually, that's about how many games I usually play, so I guess it's fine. Although the stream went on for a little bit longer. Yeah, they just ended support for Warhammer 3. I would be fine if they ended support for Warhammer. Okay, I wouldn't be that fine. But if Warhammer 40k launched tomorrow, all right, I could probably live without Warhammer 3. If anything, maybe it'd help me move on to a different game. We have the least dedicated server. We have a partially dedicated server. That's what CA gave us. Oh my goodness. Sega closes CA. This is diabolical. Technically, if Warhammer 3 ends right now, I'm the best player in the world for Warhammer, and no one can contest that point. Yeah. Well, we have a few more minutes. We have 4 more minutes. We have 4 minutes to see if it gets fixed, but if multiplayer is just gonna be broken, then I guess I lie down and stare at the ceiling. The single multiplayer CA intern right now is just sweating. Up at the middle of the night, 1 a.m. They're like, oh no, not like this. Can you not host? Yeah, if you host, it it doesn't even show you a picture. Something is borked. Something is very borked. It doesn't show any multiplayer games. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone can see any games. Whatever PC is supposed to manage the games and actually like work with matchmaking, it it exploded. It got fireballed. Intern got fired. No one knows the password to the server. The people responsible for firing that intern are also fired. God, what are we supposed to do? Oh, I think it's over. We got 3 more minutes. Also, yeah, Turn's website was made for very cheap. Because, you know, it was mostly just volunteer work, right? You know, and it was kind of a test run to see if we could actually have our own website running. But, it has a lot of jank. Like a hell of a lot of jank. But it's better than what we had before, which is basically only challenge. It's a nice centralized location for everyone to see their matches and stuff. Spilled Monster energy drink on the server. No. 2 more minutes. Oh my goodness. Man, that's really frustrating. Rage hosting backfired. Dude, oh my god, that's so frustrating. Maybe there's a Windows update. It's just updating right now. Thing is, there's no guarantee that it'll boot up and restart everything properly, right? Who knows? Like, I don't know. This is stability. We'll give it a we'll give it 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Man, well, I hope you guys had a good time today. Hope you guys had a good time. At least I got a few games in. We got to spectate some sick Ogre Kingdoms plays. That was pretty nice. My throat is tired. I'll probably do a short stream tomorrow. We'll probably do a short stream. Oh my gosh. All right, last restart. If it doesn't work after this restart, then I'm closing the tournament. All right. All right. Tournament's canceled. Even if it does work, it could be unstable. I don't trust it. I'm done, man. I'm done. Dude, it's stuff like this that reminds me of oh man, why Warhammer was so frustrating before. God dang it, that feels bad. At least this doesn't happen a ton, but oh my goodness, this is really like a kick in the butt. Nail in the bucket. Maybe I'll just become a chess streamer, I don't know. Anyways, hopefully we get an update soon. Hopefully we get a DLC this year. I hope you guys had a good time. I'll still be streaming tomorrow. We still have a campaign. Someone donated to have me play some campaign. I'll do some of that. I don't know if it's a CA problem or a Steam issue. It seems like Steam is running. Like, Steam looks like it's still working normally. This shows that it's probably a CA issue, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. They're sleeping, so thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much to the players for trying out the tournament format. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much, of course, to all our supporters who keep me up at night? No, who keep me running. Hopefully tomorrow is a better day. Peace.